Hey there. Tonight, we're leaving behind the bright halls of Olympus and the crashing waves of Poseidon's seas, and instead descending somewhere quieter. Past the rivers, past the caverns, into a realm where shadows linger and time itself seems to hold its breath. This is the story of Hades, the god of the underworld, keeper of the dead, ruler of hidden wealth, and brother to Zeus and Poseidon. Though often feared, he was not a monster, but a king whose domain touched every life in the end. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the stillness gather. Settle in. And let's begin with the tale of Hades, Lord of the Underworld. Imagine, if you will, the vastness of ancient Greek thought. To them, the world was not a tiny globe we see in modern textbooks, spinning politely in space. It was a layered cosmos, the shining sky of Olympus, the shifting seas that surrounded the lands of men, and, deep below, the dark and mysterious underworld. And presiding over that realm, a figure who has been both feared and misunderstood, Hades. Hades was no villain, though centuries of mistranslation and creative license have painted him in a rather grim shade. In fact, to the Greeks, he was more bureaucrat than bogeyman. A god whose task was not to torment the dead, but to ensure that the natural order of life and death remained intact. If Zeus was the thunderous king, Poseidon the tempestuous sea lord, then Hades was the quiet accountant of eternity. Not glamorous, certainly, but dependable, and, one might argue, indispensable. To understand Hades, we must first return to the earliest tales, when the Titans still ruled. Hades was one of 6 children born to Cronus and Rhea: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and the youngest Zeus. The family dynamic was, how shall we put it, complicated. Cronus, having himself overthrown his father Uranus, had been warned by prophecy that his own children would one day do the same to him. And so, like any paranoid parent, he decided the best way to avoid this fate was simply to swallow his offspring whole. Yes, a rather unusual parenting strategy. Instead of lullabies and bedtime stories, Cronus's children were tucked away into his stomach, which, we can only imagine, was not the most comfortable of nurseries. There they remained, trapped in darkness, until the cunning of Rhea and the determination of Zeus set them free. Hades, therefore, entered the world already acquainted with confinement and shadow. One might say it prepared him rather well for his eventual station beneath the earth. When Zeus matured, he tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, Hades among them. Together, they rose against the Titans in the great war known as the Titanomachy. This was not a minor skirmish, but a cosmic upheaval lasting 10 years, with mountains hurled like spears and thunder shaking the firmament. In this war, Hades proved himself a formidable ally. Armed with a helm of invisibility crafted by the Cyclopes, he could slip unseen past even the mightiest of foes. Stealth was his advantage, and in the decisive battle, it allowed him to strike fear and confusion into the Titans' ranks. At last, the Titans were defeated, bound, and cast into Tartarus. The 3 victorious brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, then drew lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus claimed the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the short straw, or so it seemed, and inherited the underworld. Some tellings paint this as unfortunate luck, as though Hades had lost a game of divine dice. But in truth, the underworld was not a punishment. It was simply a share of existence, as vital as sea or sky. After all, death is the one certainty in life, and to rule over it is no small responsibility. It is here that Hades begins to diverge from his brothers in reputation. Zeus, ever dramatic, filled the myths with thunderbolts, seductions, and arguments. Poseidon, tempestuous, shook the earth with quakes and floods. Hades, however, lingered in the background. Few stories feature him as an active character, and when they do, he is often portrayed as stern, inevitable, and somewhat aloof. This aloofness has often been misinterpreted. The Greeks themselves did not equate Hades with evil. He was not the devil, for the Greeks had no devil. He was not a tormentor. Indeed, the punishments of the wicked were left to other figures, such as the Erinyes, or to the natural mechanics of Tartarus itself. Hades' task was governance, not cruelty. Still, his realm carried a chill. The Greeks rarely spoke his name directly, preferring euphemisms such as Pluton, the wealth bringer, acknowledging that the riches of the earth, metals, and fertile soil all lay beneath. Speaking his true name was thought to attract unwanted attention, rather like whistling in the dark and hoping nothing answers back. If we step from myth into history, the fear of Hades mirrors Greek funerary practices. The Greeks were a people who believed strongly in proper burial. To be left unburied was a horror, for it condemned the soul to wander endlessly. This is why the Iliad makes such ceremony of funeral pyres, and why Antigone's defiance, insisting her brother must be buried despite the king's decree, was such a powerful tale. Burial rites were not merely cultural, they were religious, designed to appease Hades and ensure safe passage into his realm. Coins were often placed in the mouths or upon the eyes of the dead, a fee for Charon, the ferryman who guided souls across the river. One might think of it as the original toll road. Without payment, the spirit was said to linger restlessly on the near shore. It is not difficult to imagine how these beliefs structured daily life. Death, after all, was not an abstraction in the ancient world. Plagues, wars, and accidents were ever present. To have a god who governed at certainty gave it shape, a form, and perhaps even a kind of comfort. Greek poets were often reluctant to linger on Hades' character, preferring to describe his realm. Homer, in the Odyssey, speaks of the underworld as a place of shadow, where even great heroes appear as pale phantoms. When Odysseus journeys there, it is with dread, and the audience would have shared that dread, for the land of Hades was the great unknown. Yet some texts reveal hints of fairness in Hades' rule. He is not depicted as arbitrary or capricious. Indeed, he is less quarrelsome than Zeus, less rash than Poseidon, and far less cruel than many other deities. But he is relentless. And perhaps that relentlessness is what mortals feared most. One cannot bargain with Hades. One cannot escape him. One might wonder, did the Greeks ever laugh at death? Surprisingly, yes. Ancient comedies often poked fun at the underworld, depicting Hades as a somewhat stiff character, the butt of jokes about his gloomy nature. In Aristophanes' Frogs, for example, the realm of Hades becomes the backdrop for satire and slapstick. Imagine, if you will, the god of the dead trying to maintain solemn dignity while actors cavort about, making ribald jokes about corpses. This juxtaposition reflects something universal in humanity, our tendency to soften fear with humour. Much as today we make light of grim topics in nervous laughter, so too did the Greeks. And perhaps Hades himself, though never portrayed as jovial, might have tolerated it. After all, every joke about him was a reminder of his inevitability. To the Greeks, Hades was not merely a dark figure lurking beneath. He was the shadow that gave definition to light, the certainty that underpinned mortal life. Without death, there could be no urgency to live. Without the underworld, no meaning to the world above. He was, in short, not a god of malice, but of balance. A king who did not seek worshippers, who did not storm about Olympus demanding recognition, but who held a domain no one else could claim. And so, in hushed tones, his name was avoided, his presence acknowledged indirectly, and his realm feared but respected. He was the unseen constant of Greek life, the shadowed god whose authority no one, not even Zeus, could deny. As we leave this chapter, picture Hades not as a monster, but as a quiet sentinel. Imagine him seated on a throne of black stone, robed not in flame, but in solemn dignity, a crown of obsidian upon his head. Around him stretches his vast domain, not screaming with torment, but murmuring with the endless passage of souls, like the tide of a sea no mortal eye could ever behold. This is the Hades we begin with, a god of shadow, of inevitability, and of wealth hidden deep in the earth. Stern, silent, and in his own way fair. And in the chapters to come, we will walk deeper into his realm, past the gates, across the rivers, into the meadows, the palaces, the mysteries, and the myths that shaped how the Greeks saw both life and death. For now, let us leave the shadowed god in his throne of silence, waiting as he always does, with infinite patience. When the Greeks closed their eyes and thought of death, they did not picture an empty void, nor did they imagine fiery torment as later traditions would. Instead, they envisioned a realm beneath the earth, a place structured and ordered, where every soul had its place. This was the underworld, vast, shadowed, and unyielding. It bore the same name as its ruler, Hades, and though it inspired fear, it was not chaos. It was a kingdom, mapped out in rivers, plains, and palaces, a landscape that reflected the Greek belief that even death required structure. To enter this world was to begin a journey, one that nearly every person in Greece believed lay before them. That journey began the moment life slipped away. The soul, or psyche, was thought to leave the body in the form of a breath or a faint flutter, often imagined as a butterfly or bird-like shadow. Relatives hurried to tend the corpse, washing it carefully, clothing it in clean garments, and laying it out for the final rites. A coin was placed on the lips or over the eyes, a small but essential detail, for it was the fare for the ferrymen who waited below. Without this payment, the Greeks believed, the soul could not cross into the underworld, doomed instead to linger at the threshold, restless and unhappy. The soul's path led to the banks of the Acheron, the river of woe. There, a crowd of shades waited, pressing forward in silence, until the ferryman Charon arrived. He was no friendly guide, but a surly old boatman, weary from his endless task. He accepted only those who had been properly buried, and only those with the coin. His boat was a narrow, creaking vessel, gliding across the black current with deliberate strokes. the living feared him, and they feared the possibility that their loved ones might wander forever if the rites were neglected. To this day, archaeologists uncover coins placed in ancient graves, mute testimony to this belief. Once ferried across, the soul faced the gates of the underworld. They were high and forbidding, guarded by Cerberus, the hound with 3 heads. His jaws gnashed, his eyes gleamed, and his tail, often described as serpent-like, coiled restlessly. Yet his purpose was not cruelty. He did not devour the innocent. Rather, he was the keeper of boundaries, ensuring that no living intruder wandered in, and that no spirit slipped back to the realm of sunlight. It was a role mirrored across many cultures. Egypt had guardians at the gates of the Duat. Mesopotamia had its own monstrous sentinels. Cerberus was Greece's answer to the universal fear that death might be reversible, and that order required watchmen. Beyond those gates stretched the true heart of the underworld, divided into regions. The greatest and most populous was the Asphodel Meadows. It was here that ordinary souls drifted, wandering endlessly across grey fields. The poets described them as indistinct, their personalities faded, their memories blurred. It was neither punishment nor paradise, but a neutral continuation, an existence without pain, but also without joy. For the Greeks, this seemed fitting. Not every life was heroic, not every soul wicked. Most lived quietly and died quietly, and so their afterlife was a quiet meadow, neither dark torment nor shining bliss. Yet there were brighter realms for a fortunate few. The Elysian fields were imagined as sunlit meadows, green and fragrant, where heroes dwelled in eternal peace. Later writers embellished this vision into something like paradise, but in its earliest form it was a place of distinction, not morality. Those favoured by the gods, or descended from noble lines, might walk here after death. Poets sang, warriors feasted, and the breeze carried perpetual music. For some, the promise of Elysium was a comfort. For most, however, it remained a dream out of reach, a reminder that death mirrored life, with hierarchy and privilege intact. The darkest of all realms lay even deeper, Tartarus. Unlike Hades' halls or the Asphodel fields, Tartarus was a pit, an abyss reserved for the enemies of the gods. Here the defeated titans were chained, their groans echoing through the stone. Here monstrous figures endured punishments tailored to their crimes. Mortals too, if they had committed great sacrilege or defied the gods, might be hurled down. But Tartarus was not for the common criminal. It was for cosmic offenders, those whose arrogance threatened divine order. It was, in short, the prison of eternity, feared even by the gods themselves. Binding all these places together were the rivers, 5 currents that symbolized the experiences of death. The Styx was the most powerful, its waters binding the oaths of gods. To swear upon the Styx and break one's word was to invite destruction, or years of divine silence and weakness. The Lethe was the river of forgetfulness, where souls drank to wipe away memory before rebirth. Acheron, the river of sorrow, carried the ferry of Charon. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, was said to echo with cries of the unburied dead. And Phlegethon, the river of fire, burned without consuming, a paradox of flame flowing endlessly through shadow. These rivers were more than symbols. They were the currents of belief itself, etched into poetry, painted on vases, and whispered at gravesides. Archaeology has given us remarkable glimpses of how seriously these beliefs were held. In tombs across Greece and Italy, small gold tablets have been found, inscribed with instructions for the soul. Known as Orphic tablets, they told the dead which paths to take, which rivers to avoid, and what words to say to guardians. Some advised the soul not to drink from Lethe, but instead from the spring of memory, promising a higher, blessed existence. They were in effect pocket-sized guidebooks to the underworld, slipped into graves like divine passports. Such discoveries remind us that the geography of Hades was not just myth, but practical religion, carried into daily life. Literature reinforced this map. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus descends to the underworld to consult the prophet Tiresias. He encounters not only heroes, but shades who barely recall themselves. Achilles tells him that he would rather be a servant on earth than a king among the dead, a line that captures the Greek ambivalence about this realm. Death was inevitable, but it was not enviable. Later, the Roman poet Virgil would expand upon this in the Aeneid, drawing a detailed picture of the underworld's gates, its rivers, and its divisions. But the roots lay in Greek thought, in their attempt to give form to what lay beyond. The underworld was not only the concern of poets, however, it shaped rituals in every household. Families poured libations of wine and honey at tombs, believing their ancestors could partake. Festivals such as the Anthesteria in Athens honoured the dead, when spirits were thought to roam among the living. Food was set aside, prayers recited, doors marked to keep restless shades at bay. For the Greeks, the boundary between life and death was thin, porous, and always needing respect. The underworld was not distant. It pressed close in festivals, dreams, and daily anxieties. And over all this presided Hades, the king whose presence was more implied than seen. He did not often appear in stories, and when he did, it was with stern inevitability. His authority was absolute, his patience infinite. He did not meddle in mortal affairs like Zeus, nor roar with anger like Poseidon. He simply waited, as he always would, for every soul to arrive in its turn. To imagine this realm, close your eyes and walk its paths in your mind. Picture the meadows of Asphodel, grey and still, with countless shades drifting aimlessly. Hear the low murmur of distant rivers, some bubbling, some crackling with fire, some sighing like mourners. See Cerberus at his post, 3 heads watching, tails coiling. Watch Charon pole his skiff across the water, a lantern flickering faintly on the prow. Beyond, faint lights shimmer where Elysium lies, while deeper still, the abyss of Tartarus glows red with eternal chains. It is not a realm of horror, nor one of bliss. It is a realm of order, a reflection of the Greeks' desire to make sense of the incomprehensible. Death was not to be denied, but it could be given a place, a geography, a structure. It was the other side of life, balanced, inevitable, and eternal. And so, when the Greeks laid their dead to rest, they believed the journey had only just begun. The coin ensured passage, the rites ensured acceptance, and the stories gave form to the unknown. They may have feared the underworld, but they also respected it. For in that shadowed kingdom lay the final truth of existence, that all roads, whether of king or slave, of hero or farmer, ended at the same gate. As this chapter closes, imagine yourself pausing on its threshold. The mist rises from unseen waters, cool against your skin. The gates loom ahead, immense and silent. Beyond, the meadows stretch, the rivers flow, and the faint murmur of eternity whispers on. You do not cross, not yet. But you stand for a moment in the hush of the place, understanding why the Greeks gave it form, why they mapped it with rivers and plains, why they named it not with dread, but with solemn inevitability. This was the realm beneath the earth, and it waited, patient and endless, for all who would come. When the three brothers divided the world, it might have seemed that Hades had drawn the least desirable share. Zeus had the sky, stretching endlessly above, full of storms and light, the home of clouds and thunderbolts. Poseidon had the sea, vast and glittering, the restless domain that touched every shore and carried every ship. And Hades received the underworld, a kingdom hidden away, far from the sun, where souls of the dead gathered in endless procession. To later imaginations, it looked like a misfortune, but to the Greeks, it was not shameful. It was necessary. Death had to be governed, and someone had to rule. That Hades did so quietly, almost reluctantly, became part of his nature. The myths tell us little of his desires. Unlike Zeus, who sought power with ambition, or Poseidon, who raged against rivals and courted influence, Hades seemed content with his realm. He was not a schemer, not a wanderer, not a god who meddled often in mortal affairs. He did not thunder, he did not stir tempests, he did not cast down bolts of wrath. He sat instead upon his throne of stone, overseeing the inevitable, and in that steadiness there was power. For though mortals might resist storms, though they might climb mountains to defy the sky, they could never resist him. It is important to note that the Greeks did not consider Hades evil. He was feared, yes, and avoided in speech, but he was not a tormentor. His task was order, not cruelty. He received souls, and he kept them. He did not create death. He simply reigned over its certainty. In a way, he was more impartial than any other god. Zeus favoured and punished. Poseidon wrecked ships or blessed harbours. Athena guided heroes. Hera schemed against rivals. Hades treated all the same. The mighty and the humble, the rich and the poor, the kind and the selfish, all arrived before him eventually. And yet, because of this impartiality, he was remote. Few prayers were offered to him. Few temples rose in his name. Mortals preferred to avoid invoking him, lest he hear and draw their soul sooner than expected. When they spoke of him, they often used softer titles. Plauten was one, the wealth bringer, for the riches of the earth, the minerals, the fertile soil, the seeds that slept in the ground, all lay beneath his domain. It was easier to honour him indirectly, acknowledging the gifts that came from the depths, rather than naming him outright. His true name, whispered rarely, carried weight. To speak Hades aloud was to brush against inevitability itself. This reluctance extended to literature. Hades appears rarely in myths compared to other Olympians. When he does, it is often not as a meddler, but as a force of necessity. His most famous tale is that of Persephone, when he rose from the earth in his chariot and carried her to his realm. Some storytellers describe it as abduction, others as an arranged union by Zeus. However it was told, it was an act that reflected his loneliness, his need for a queen in a land of shadows. He was not a god of lustful escapades like Zeus, nor of wild impulses like Poseidon. He sought companionship in the only way he knew, an act at once desperate and inevitable. Beyond Persephone, Hades appears in myths of descent, the Catabasis tales when mortals or heroes journeyed into his kingdom. Orpheus descended, lyre in hand, his music so haunting that it softened the stern ruler's heart. For once, Hades granted release, allowing Eurydice to follow her husband, though bound by a single condition. When Orpheus failed, Hades did not relent again. His mercy had limits, not because he was cruel, but because he would not undo order. Heracles too entered his realm, tasked with seizing Cerberus as one of his labours. Hades allowed it, so long as the hero used no weapons, a sign that even in challenge, rules mattered. And when Theseus and Pirithous dared to attempt the impossible, to steal Persephone herself, Hades simply seated them in the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained bound until Heracles intervened. He punished arrogance with fitting consequence, not with fiery rage, but with quiet inevitability. To mortals, this made him both frightening and strangely admirable. He was not unpredictable. He was not reckless. He ruled firmly, and with rules that did not bend easily. In a pantheon full of caprice and whim, there was something almost comforting in his constancy. Death, after all, is consistent. It does not play favourites. It does not arrive in fits of temper. It comes when it comes, and it comes for all. Hades embodied that truth. The Greeks reflected this in their customs. Funerary rites were not optional. The unburied dead, it was believed, wandered at the edges of his realm, unable to cross the river and find rest. This is why in Homer's Iliad such care is taken with funeral pyres, why in Sophocles' Antigone the heroine insists on burying her brother despite the king's decree. These stories are not about defiance alone. They are about honouring the laws of death, laws older than any mortal throne. Hades himself might never appear on stage, but his presence enforces the rules. To deny burial was to deny entry into his kingdom, and that was unthinkable. Hades' reluctance to interfere in mortal affairs made him unusual among the gods. Zeus pursued endless intrigues. Poseidon lashed out at mortals who offended him. Hera schemed tirelessly. Athena guided her chosen heroes. Hades rarely ventured above ground. He had no need to. The world would come to him in time. His silence was unsettling, but it was also dignified. He was a king who did not demand devotion, who did not scatter thunderbolts to prove his power, who did not wander in disguise among mortals. He waited, and in waiting revealed the deepest truth of all, that none could avoid him. It is for this reason that some later thinkers saw him as the most just of the gods. In his realm, all were equal. No mortal wealth, no political power, no divine favour could change a soul's fate. The judges of the dead might assign punishments or rewards, but Hades himself presided over the whole with calm impartiality. If Zeus represented authority, and Poseidon represented force, then Hades represented inevitability. And in many ways, inevitability is the strongest power of all. Picture him then, as the Greeks might have done. A figure seated upon a throne of dark stone, his robes heavy, his crown wrought of obsidian. His face is stern, not cruel, his gaze steady and unflinching. Around him the halls echo with the murmur of countless souls, drifting in meadows or bound in deeper pits. He does not smile, but neither does he rage. He is not a tyrant, nor a tormentor, but a ruler whose reign stretches unbroken, untouched by rebellion or storm. The reluctant king, who governs because it must be so, not because he craved dominion. And in this reluctance lies something profound. To the Greeks, he was not adored like Apollo, not beloved like Dionysus, not feared in the same way as Ares. He was respected, and he was acknowledged. His silence was weightier than their noise, his constancy greater than their passions. He was not a god to whom one prayed for victory or love. He was the god one hoped not to meet too soon, yet one knew would be waiting in the end. The reluctant king holds his throne still, in stories and in memory. His realm may be shadowed, his name avoided, but his presence cannot be escaped. For the sky may crack with thunder, the sea may rise in fury, the earth may shake with quakes, but in time all falls silent, and in that silence Hades waits, patient, eternal, and unchanging. Among the many tales that circle around Hades, none was told more often, and none carried such weight in Greek life as the story of Persephone. It is a myth that begins with flowers and ends with the seasons, moving from sunlight into shadow and back again. At its heart, it is about loss and return, grief and renewal. For the Greeks, it explained why fields ripen and wither, why winter grips the earth, and why spring breaks through again. It was not simply a story of abduction and marriage, but a way of making sense of time itself, a myth that reached into both ritual and daily life. The story begins in brightness. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, walked the meadows of the upper world. She was young, radiant, and often called simply Kor, the maiden, for she embodied the freshness of youth itself. With her companions she gathered blossoms, filling her hands with crocus, iris, and rose. The air was mild, the sky untroubled. Then, without warning, the ground opened beneath her feet. From the earth surged a chariot drawn by black horses, and upon it stood Hades, tall and solemn, crowned in shadow. He reached for her, and before her cries could echo, he carried her down into his realm. The earth closed above, leaving silence. Demeter, goddess of the harvest, searched in despair. Torches in hand, she roamed the earth, calling her daughter's name across valleys and mountains, but no answer came. In her grief, she allowed nothing to grow. Seeds lay dormant, trees bore no fruit, the fields turned barren. Weeks stretched into months, and famine spread. Mankind faced hunger, and the gods themselves, deprived of offerings, began to worry. The loss of Persephone became the loss of abundance, and the shadow of the underworld fell across the world above. At last, Zeus, who had permitted the union in secret, saw that disaster loomed. He sent Hermes, fleet-footed messenger, to the halls of Hades. Hermes spoke of Demeter's grief, of the withering fields, of the survival of humankind. Hades listened, grave and steady. He agreed to let Persephone return, but before she departed he offered her the fruit of the pomegranate. She tasted its seeds, red as blood, sweet and sharp. In that act she bound herself to him. For those who ate the food of the dead could not remain entirely free of the underworld. A compromise was forged. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother and part with her husband below. When she returned to Demeter, the world bloomed, fields ripened, and harvests filled the barns. When she descended again, the earth fell barren, the trees stripped, the air turned cold. Thus the seasons turned. Spring and summer marked her return, autumn and winter her absence. For the Greeks, this explained the rhythm of the year not as chance, but as a story written in divine lives. The tale touched every corner of Greek thought. It spoke of grief, for Demeter's sorrow mirrored the sorrow of any parent who had lost a child. It spoke of reunion, for the return of Persephone brought joy as vivid as the return of green fields after winter. It spoke of necessity, for even gods could not escape the bonds of fate. And it spoke of balance, for life and death, loss and renewal, were shown not as enemies but as partners in an endless cycle. From this myth grew one of the most important rituals in Greek religion, the Eleusinian Mysteries. These secret rites, held near Athens, were dedicated to Demeter and Persephone. Those initiated were promised blessings both in life and in death. What occurred in the mysteries was never written, for secrecy was strict, but ancient writers hint at reenactments of Persephone's descent and return, dramatized to reveal the promise of renewal. Even Roman emperors sought initiation, so powerful was the allure. To take part was to stand inside a living myth, to feel the turning of the seasons as a truth that stretched beyond mortal years. The agricultural meaning was plain. Persephone was the seed that vanished into the earth and rose again. Farmers planting in autumn saw her descent mirrored in their fields. The grain buried in the soil was like the maiden carried below, hidden in darkness until the time of return. In spring, when shoots broke through the soil, they saw her rising again, welcomed by Demeter, greeted by light. The myth gave shape to farming itself, turning a rhythm of planting and harvest into a divine story. Yet there was also a social meaning. For many Greek women, Persephone's abduction echoed their own experience of marriage. Daughters were often given away without consent, carried from their homes to new households. The grief of Demeter and the silence of Persephone captured the sense of rupture. But in the underworld, Persephone changed. She became queen, seated beside Hades with authority. Artists showed her with a crown, holding the scepter, sharing the throne. She was no longer only the maiden, but a ruler in her own right. The myth thus carried both sorrow and transformation, a recognition that in change lay not only loss but new power. Hades' role here was complex. He did not thunder with rage when Hermes arrived, nor did he forbid Persephone to leave. He accepted the compromise, but he ensured she would return to him. The pomegranate was his claim, both gentle and binding. He wanted not a fleeting guest, but a queen who would share his realm. In offering the fruit, he acted not as a tyrant, but as one who sought permanence. The act has been read as possessive, but also as practical. Without Persephone, the underworld was only shadow. With her, it had a queen, a balance of male and female, sternness and renewal. The pomegranate itself became a symbol. Its seeds, clustered like blood-red jewels, embodied both fertility and mortality. To eat them was to accept life's fullness and its limits. Even today, in parts of Greece, the fruit is used in rituals of remembrance, scattered on graves, offered at funerals. The link between Persephone and the fruit remains alive, showing how myth seeped into household practice. For the Greeks, the cycle of Persephone was reassuring. It told them that the cold silence of winter was not the end. Spring would come, as surely as she would rise. Each year, her return was visible in the first blossoms, the first shoots of wheat, the warmth returning to the air. Each year, her descent was visible in the falling leaves, the shortening days, the silence of empty fields. The story was not remote. It was lived in every farm, every hearth, every festival. Versions of the tale differed. Some said Persephone spent half the year below, others a third. Some emphasized her reluctance, others her acceptance of the crown. But all agreed that she moved between two realms, and that her movement governed the seasons. This was the heart of the story, that the world itself breathed with her rhythm, life folding into death and rising again. Imagine then the comfort it gave. A farmer standing in barren fields in January could trust that the grain was not gone forever. Persephone too was below, and she would return. A mother grieving a loss might hear Demeter's cry, and know that even gods felt sorrow. A bride leaving her home might see Persephone's crown, and know that in strangeness she might also find dignity. The myth was not only about gods, but about people, about the cycles that shaped their lives. Picture her ascent, the earth breaking open, blossoms in her hands, Demeter rushing to embrace her. Picture her descent, the earth closing, the air cooling, the days shortening. This was the rhythm that held Greece, year after year. And in the halls below, Persephone sat beside Hades, no longer only a maiden, but a queen with power and presence. Through her, life and death were bound together, not in enmity, but in balance. Thus, the tale of Persephone is not only about abduction, nor only about marriage, nor only about seasons. It is about the truth the Greeks saw everywhere, that loss and renewal are one, that descent is part of return, that death and life are not opposites, but companions. They lived this truth in their fields, in their rituals, in their festivals, and in their hopes. And in telling her story, they told the story of themselves, of their world, of the cycle that turns forever. Though Hades ruled over shadows, he was not remembered only as a god of gloom. The Greeks also gave him another name, Pluton, the wealth bringer. It was a title that softened his image and reminded mortals that the earth itself, the dark soil beneath their feet, was not merely the resting place of the dead, but also the source of abundance. From the depths came grain, metals, and gems. From the earth came life renewed each spring. And though mortals shuddered at his shadow, they also recognized that beneath lay treasure, both literal and symbolic. The Greeks were never shy about linking death with fertility. The seed buried in the soil mirrored the body placed in the grave. Both descended into darkness. Both disappeared for a season. Both returned transformed. The myth of Persephone captured this truth vividly, but the name Pluton carried it further. It acknowledged that Hades was not simply the lord of endings, but also a god of resources, a ruler tied to the hidden wealth of the earth. To call him wealth bringer was a way of honouring him without invoking the dread of his true name. It was also a reminder that from his realm came the things mortals valued most. Consider grain, the foundation of the Greek diet. Bread was life itself, and every loaf began with seed sown into the ground. Farmers ploughed the earth, trusting that beneath the soil, unseen, transformation occurred. The seed decayed, then sprouted, then rose. In this process, the earth's dark womb mirrored the underworld. Life emerged from death, growth from burial. To the Greeks, such cycles were not abstract. They were observed every year in their fields, and in them they saw the work of Hades, not as destroyer, but as guarantor of return. Metals too came from the depths. Mines in Attica and beyond produced silver, copper, and gold. These resources shaped trade, coinage, and war. Every ingot of silver was a gift torn from Hades' domain. The miners who descended into shafts must have felt in some way that they were intruding into the god's territory. Lamps flickered, shadows loomed, the air was close and heavy. It was not far from a descent into the underworld itself. The danger of mining, collapses, suffocation, exhaustion, was a reminder that wealth came at a price. Hades might grant treasure, but he exacted his toll. Precious stones also carried symbolic power. Gems dug from the earth shone with a beauty that seemed otherworldly. To wear them was to carry a fragment of the hidden realm. They were rare, they were costly, and they reminded mortals that beneath their feet lay mysteries they could never fully control. The Greeks knew little of geology, but they knew enough to sense that such treasures did not belong to the surface world. They came from depths ruled by Hades, and in that sense, he was their giver. The title Ploton influenced art and worship. While temples to Hades himself were few, shrines to Pluton appeared in places where fertility and abundance were celebrated. In Eleusis, where the mysteries honoured Demeter and Persephone, Pluton was also invoked. He was part of the agricultural cycle, his shadow entwined with the harvest. To honour him as Pluton was safer, gentler. It allowed mortals to acknowledge death while speaking instead of life. This duality reflects a human truth. We soften what we fear by giving it another name. In literature, Pluton appears as a figure less stern than Hades. The Romans, inheriting the name, used it for their god of the dead, Pluto, emphasizing his link with wealth. Over centuries, the harsher associations of Hades blurred into this more generous figure. Yet the Greeks themselves had already begun the process. To them, wealth and death were inseparable. Every harvest grew from the burial of seed. Every gem was taken from beneath the earth. Every coin minted from ore hidden in darkness. Hades was lord of all these things. The economic context of Greece made this symbolism powerful. Athens thrived on silver mined at Laurium, its fleet funded by the wealth beneath the ground. Without that silver, the city could not have risen to power, could not have built temples, could not have defended itself at sea. The very democracy celebrated in Athens was, indirectly, a gift of the underworld. The wealth that sustained civic life came from Hades' domain, though few would have spoken of it so bluntly. To call him Pluton was perhaps a way of admitting this debt, of giving credit without stirring dread. There was also a philosophical dimension. To the Greeks, wealth was double-edged. It brought comfort, but it also brought danger, greed, and conflict. In the tragedies of Euripides and the histories of Herodotus, wealth often leads to downfall. To link Hades with wealth was to remind mortals that riches and death are bound together. No treasure can prevent mortality, and every treasure eventually passes into other hands. Hades as Pluton embodied this paradox. He gives, but he also takes. He bestows abundance, but he also claims all who enjoy it. The Orphic tradition carried this further. In their hymns, Hades is invoked as giver of riches, lord of seeds, the unseen force who ensures the cycle of life. The Orphic poets urged initiates to see beyond fear, to understand that death itself was part of renewal. The earth, dark and silent, was not only a tomb but also a womb. In this way, the wealth-bringer was not merely a euphemism but a truth. From his domain came grain, gems, and ultimately the possibility of new life. Imagine then how a Greek might have felt standing at the edge of a ploughed field. The soil was dark, cool beneath the hand, silent above hidden seeds. It was both grave and cradle. In scattering seed, the farmer participated in Persephone's descent, in Hades' governance, in the mystery of Pluton. And when shoots broke through the soil, when harvest filled the granaries, the farmer saw in that abundance the wealth of the earth, the gift of the unseen God. The miners, too, descending with lamps into the shafts, felt the breath of the underworld. Every pick that struck rock echoed in Hades' halls. Every fragment of ore carried with it the memory of darkness. Wealth was won from his realm, but never freely. The risks of the mine, the shadows that swallowed men whole, were reminders that the wealth-bringer did not give without cost. The Greeks did not resolve this tension. They accepted it. To them, wealth and death were threads of the same weave. They honoured Pluton in festivals of fertility. They feared Hades in funeral rites. They spoke of treasure and tomb in the same breath. And in doing so, they revealed something profound, that to live is to draw continually from the depths, to borrow from the unseen, and to return in time what one has been given. Picture Hades now not only as the stern king of shadows, but as Pluton, seated upon his throne with a sheaf of grain in one hand and a cornucopia in the other. Around him glimmer the treasures of the earth, silver veins, golden nuggets, seeds swelling with life. He does not smile, but his gaze is steady, his presence undeniable. He is wealth and death at once, the god who gives and the god who takes. Thus the Greeks remembered him in two faces. As Hades, he was shadow, inevitability, the ruler no one wished to meet too soon. As Pluton, he was giver, provider, the unseen source of abundance. Together these faces revealed the balance of existence. Life springs from death, wealth rises from the depths, gifts come with shadows. The earth, like the god who ruled beneath it, was both grave and treasure chest, both sorrow and joy. And so, year after year, the Greeks ploughed, sowed, mined, built, and harvested, knowing that everything they gained was, in some way, a gift from Hades. They softened his name, honoured his wealth, and feared his shadow. They lived with him always above and below, in every loaf of bread and every coin of silver, in every seed buried and every harvest reaped. He was the wealth of the earth, stern and silent, yet also generous beyond measure. When mortals thought of the journey into Hades' realm, they imagined not only its landscapes of meadows and rivers, but also the figures who kept order within it. No kingdom is without guardians, and no court is without judges. For the Greeks, the underworld was not a place of chaos where souls drifted without direction. It was structured, supervised, and guarded. Boundaries were marked, roles were assigned, and justice was preserved even beyond the grave. To cross into the domain of Hades was to meet figures who were not gods, but who carried out their duties with authority. They were the gatekeepers, the ferrymen, the beasts, and the judges, shaping the journey of every soul. The first figure a soul might meet was Charon, the ferryman. He was imagined as a grim and weathered man, grey-bearded, his hands rough from the oar. His boat was narrow, creaking, a vessel that never rested. Across the black waters of Acheron, he rowed without end, bearing the souls of the newly dead. But his service was not free. The coin placed in the mouth or upon the eyes of the corpse was his fee. Without it, the soul was refused passage, left to wander aimlessly along the shore for 100 years. Archaeologists have uncovered coins in countless Greek graves, evidence that this ritual was more than myth. To pay Charon was not superstition, but sacred necessity. His presence reminded mortals that even in death, one must settle accounts. Beyond Charon waited Cerberus, the hound of Hades. Descriptions vary, but most agreed he had 3 heads, each snapping with teeth, each pair of eyes gleaming. Some said he had a mane of snakes, or a serpent for a tail. He was not simply monstrous, but purposeful. His task was to guard the gates. He did not prevent souls from entering, for all the dead were welcome. Instead, he prevented them from leaving. Once a soul had crossed, it belonged to Hades, and Cerberus ensured the boundary was not broken. His role reflected the Greek concern with boundaries, with the order that kept life and death apart. In vase paintings, he is often shown subdued by Heracles, who carried him to the surface as one of his labours, but always he returns to his post, the eternal watchdog of shadow. Once within, the soul faced judgment. Here the Greeks placed 3 figures, mortal once but now immortalised as judges of the dead. Minos, once king of Crete, sat with the air of authority, wise and commanding. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was said to judge with strict fairness, rewarding truth and punishing lies. Aeacus, who had ruled on Aegina, was known for his integrity, chosen for his sense of justice. Together they examined the lives of souls, deciding where each would dwell. The majority passed into the asphodel meadows, where neutrality reigned. The virtuous might be sent to the Elysian fields. The wicked, the truly wicked, might descend into Tartarus. In this way, the underworld reflected the Greek belief that justice extended beyond the grave. No deed, however hidden in life, could escape the gaze of the judges. This system was not unique to Greece. Other cultures imagined similar tribunals. The Egyptians pictured the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth. The Mesopotamians spoke of records kept in clay by underworld scribes. The Greeks shaped their own vision by choosing human figures, kings known for justice, elevated to eternal office. In this they showed that human law and divine order were not separate but entwined. A good judge on earth might be chosen to judge forever below. It was a powerful reminder that human morality mattered, that fairness was not lost in the dark. The presence of judges gave the underworld a kind of dignity. It was not a place of blind fate, where all were treated alike regardless of their deeds. It was structured, it was deliberate, it was fair. For most, life had been neither heroic nor shameful, and the meadows awaited. But the very existence of judgment suggested that how one lived mattered. The Greeks were not obsessed with sin in the later religious sense, but they recognized the weight of actions. Honor, truth, hospitality, loyalty, these were measured, and those who broke them without remorse risked eternal consequence. Alongside these figures were other guardians. The Erinyes, or Furies, were said to dwell at the edges of the underworld, avengers of crimes against kin. They pursued murderers who had escaped mortal punishment, ensuring that blood guilt was never forgotten. In literature, they appear as terrifying women with serpents in their hair, their cries unbearable, their whips ready to lash. They were not under Hades' command, so much as allied with the order he represented. Where human courts failed, the Furies acted. They showed that justice, however delayed, was inevitable. Another figure, less grim, was Thanatos, the personification of peaceful death. He was sometimes imagined as a winged spirit, gentle and quiet, guiding the dying without pain. Unlike Hades, Thanatos appeared in myth as a character who might be tricked or delayed, but never defeated forever. In this sense, he served as the first step into Hades' domain, a reminder that death came in many forms, sudden, violent, or calm, but all leading to the same gate. All these guardians and judges served to emphasize that the underworld was not chaos. It was ordered, it was structured, it was governed. To the Greeks, this was crucial. Death was terrifying, but it was not meaningless. There were rules, there were roles, there was a process. The ferryman rowed, the hound guarded, the judges decided, the Furies avenged. Even the unseen god had his officials. To die was to enter a system as old as the cosmos, and in that system there was a strange kind of reassurance. Historically, these beliefs influenced Greek life profoundly. Burial practices were not optional. To leave a corpse unburied was to condemn a soul to wander without passage. The need for proper rites is dramatized in countless plays, from Homer's epics to Sophocles' tragedies. To perform burial was an act of justice, ensuring the soul could face the judges, cross the rivers, and rest. To deny burial was a crime against both the dead and the gods. It was one of the gravest insults, for it severed the connection between mortal and divine order. The judges of the underworld also mirrored the human courts of Greece. Cities prided themselves on their legal systems, their assemblies, their councils of elders. By imagining Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus as eternal judges, they extended the idea of law beyond mortal boundaries. Justice didn't end with life. It stretched into death, making morality a matter not only of earthly reputation, but of eternal placement. The Greeks, practical as ever, imagined a system that resembled their own, but perfected, stripped of corruption and error. Even Cerberus and Charon reflected everyday truths. Boundaries must be guarded, and services must be paid for. The ferryman's toll reminded Greeks of the importance of preparation. Families saved coins for burial, ensuring their loved ones would not be stranded. Cerberus reminded them that boundaries once crossed cannot be undone. Death was final, and the Hound of Hades stood watch to ensure it. These figures were mythological, but they also carried moral weight, teaching lessons about duty, justice, and inevitability. Picture the scene. The soul arrives at the riverbank, the air damp with mist, the water dark and slow. Charon extends his hand, the coin glints faintly, the oar dips into silence. The ferry glides, carrying the soul across. At the gate, Cerberus waits, 3 heads lifting, eyes burning in the gloom. The gate creaks open, the hound steps aside, and the soul passes in. Before the judges the soul stands, trembling, its deeds laid bare. Minos considers, Rhadamanthus measures, Aeacus decides. Then the path is shown, to the meadows, to Elysium, or to Tartarus. Order is kept, justice preserved, the kingdom secure. This was the underworld of the Greeks. It was not chaos, not cruelty, but a place where guardians stood firm and judges rendered decisions. To the living, these figures were reminders of the laws that governed existence, above and below. To the dead, they were guides and obstacles, ensuring that each soul found its place. And over them all, silent and unyielding, watched Hades, the king who needed no noise to rule. In the end, these guardians and judges gave the underworld its dignity. Without them, it might have seemed only a shadowed void. With them, it became a kingdom, ordered and inevitable, as steady as the earth itself. The Greeks, who valued balance and feared disorder, could accept death more easily when it was imagined as such a realm. For if even in death there were ferrymen, hounds, judges, and avengers, then death was not nothingness. It was another form of life, bound by rules, protected by guardians, guided by justice. and in that vision there was comfort, even in fear. The underworld was not meant for the living, yet in Greek myth there are tales of mortals and heroes who dared to descend. These stories of catarbasis, the journeys downward, captured both fascination and dread. To step into Hades' realm while still alive was to test the boundary between worlds, to confront shadow and silence directly. Few succeeded, most suffered, and all revealed something essential about the Greek view of mortality. The descent was never taken lightly, for to enter the halls of Hades was to risk never returning. One of the earliest and most moving of these tales is that of Orpheus. He was no warrior, but a musician whose lyre could charm men, beasts, even stones. When his wife Eurydice died from the bite of a serpent, he was inconsolable. His grief was so great that he resolved to follow her into the underworld. With music as his guide, he descended, strumming his lyre as he passed the rivers and gates. The notes softened the heart of Charon, lulled Cerberus into calm, and even reached Hades and Persephone on their thrones. For once, the stern king relented. Moved by love and music, Hades agreed that Eurydice might return, but on one condition. Orpheus must not look back at her until both had reached the upper world. It was a simple condition, and yet it was impossible. As they climbed the path towards sunlight, Orpheus's heart trembled with doubt. Was she truly behind him? Did Hades keep his word? Just before they emerged, he turned. For an instant, he saw her pale and silent, reaching toward him. And then she vanished, pulled back into shadow, gone forever. Orpheus cried out, but there was no second chance. The law of Hades was final. He returned alone, his music now filled with grief. His tale a warning that even love and song couldn't undo the certainty of death. The story of Orpheus was told again and again, for it spoke to every listener. Who has not longed to see the face of one lost? Who has not doubted, hesitated, and wished for certainty? The Greeks knew that the rule of Hades was unbending. One look, one misstep, and all was lost. The tale captured the poignancy of love confronted by mortality, the tragedy of desire against inevitability. And in its telling, it gave voice to the ache that every human heart carries. Another famous descent was that of Heracles. Unlike Orpheus, he was no gentle musician, but the strongest of all heroes. His labours had already carried him across the earth, and for his 12th and final task, he was ordered to bring back Cerberus from the underworld. Armed not with weapons but with courage, he descended. Hades did not forbid him, but required that he take the hound without blades or force of arms. Heracles wrestled Cerberus with his bare hands, grappling the thrashing heads, enduring the serpent tail, subduing the beast with strength alone. Dragging the hound to the surface, he completed his labour, proving that even the guardians of Hades could be confronted. Yet when the task was done, Cerberus was returned. For no creature of that realm could remain above. Heracles' descent showed another side of the mythic imagination. Where Orpheus revealed the fragility of love, Heracles embodied the triumph of strength. Yet even he did not conquer death. He borrowed Cerberus, but he did not keep him. The underworld remained intact, and Heracles, for all his might, could not undo its power. His story reminded listeners that even the strongest cannot break the order of Hades. They may visit, they may struggle, but they must return to the world of the living with nothing changed. Theseus too ventured below, though his purpose was less noble. Along with his companion Pirithous, he conceived a daring and foolish plan to seize Persephone herself as a bride. Such hubris was bound to fail. Entering Hades' halls, the two heroes found themselves trapped. Hades seated them in the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained bound by invisible bonds, their minds clouded, their bodies fixed. For years they sat, until Heracles, during his descent, managed to free Theseus, though even he could not break Pirithous' bonds. The tale was a warning against arrogance. To challenge Hades to seek his queen was folly. No mortal ambition could overturn the laws of the underworld. The Greeks told other tales of descent as well. Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey journeyed to the land of the dead, guided by the witch Circe. He dug a pit, poured libations of honey, wine, and blood, and called forth the shades. There he met the spirit of the prophet Tiresias, who foretold his fate. He saw Achilles, who confessed that he would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead. He saw Agamemnon, bitter and mournful, and countless others, all shadows of their former selves. The journey filled Odysseus with dread, and the audience with it too. It was a vision not of torment, but of emptiness, a reminder that even the greatest heroes fade into pale memory in the halls of Hades. Later, Aeneas in Roman myth would echo this descent, guided by the Sibyl into a vision of judgment and destiny. But the Greek imagination had already drawn the map, already traced the path of the living into the land of the dead. For them, the catabasis was more than story. It was a ritual act, a way of thinking about mortality, a reminder of boundaries. To go down alive was to confront the truth that no one could remain. What unites these stories is not triumph, but failure. Orpheus fails by looking back. Theseus fails by arrogance. Even Heracles succeeds only partly, for he returns with proof of strength, but not with mastery over death. The message is clear. The living may glimpse the underworld, but they cannot overturn it. The rules are unbreakable, the king unyielding. At best, one might visit and return. At worst, one remains bound forever. And yet, these tales also offered comfort. By imagining heroes descending, listeners could picture the journey themselves. They could prepare in thought what they would one day face in truth. They could rehearse the crossing, the gates, the judges, the meadows. In hearing how Orpheus charmed even Hades, they could hope that love mattered. In hearing how Heracles wrestled Cerberus, they could believe that courage mattered. In hearing how Theseus was punished, they could learn that arrogance was folly. Myth taught not only wonder, but wisdom, shaping how mortals lived in the fosse of death. The idea of descent also shaped rituals. In the Eleusinian mysteries, initiates symbolically reenacted the journey of Persephone and perhaps glimpsed in vision the path below. In drama, audiences watched heroes walk where they themselves would one day go. The underworld became not distant, but present, not unknown, but mapped. It was terrifying, yes, but it was also knowable. And in knowing, the Greeks found a measure of peace. Imagine, then, the hush of a theatre as actors played out the descent. Torches flickered, music sounded, and the audience felt the weight of shadow around them. They knew it was performance, but they also knew it was truth. For every man, every woman, would one day follow that path. The heroes had walked it first, and in their footsteps mortals traced their own fate. In the end, the stories of descent remind us not of victory, but of humility. The underworld is not conquered. it is not escaped. It is accepted. The heroes who went below did not return unchanged, and their tales did not erase death. They gave it shape, they gave it meaning, they gave it voice. And in doing so, they allowed the Greeks to live with its shadow more calmly. So let us leave them there. Orpheus with his lyre, Heracles with his strength, Theseus bound in silence, Odysseus gazing at shades. Each touched the realm of Hades, each returned with wisdom, each revealed a truth. The living may descend, but they cannot remain. The laws of the underworld are eternal, and its king waits with patience. Heroes may test those laws, but in the end, they too must bow. When we think of the Olympian gods, we imagine temples rising in marble, processions of worshippers, hymns and sacrifices, festivals filled with joy. Zeus thundered from high peaks, Athena guided cities, Dionysus was celebrated in ecstatic rites. Yet for Hades, the picture was different. He was not a god of crowded altars or cheerful song. His name was avoided, his presence whispered rather than invoked. He was not loved, but he was honoured in silence through careful ritual and fearful respect. Worship of Hades was unlike that of any other god, and it reveals how the Greeks balanced reverence with dread. Hades did not have many temples. In fact, his cult was sparse compared to the other Olympians. This was not because he lacked importance, but because he was too important, too dangerous, too close. Mortals hesitated to build monuments that might draw his attention. To call upon him was to call upon death itself, and that was not something most people wished to hasten. When offerings were made, they were often made in secret, at night, and sometimes beneath the earth. Sacrifices were carried out with heads turned away, as if even the act of giving must be shielded from his gaze. Yet there were shrines. At Eleusis, where Demeter and Persephone were honoured, Hades, under his gentler name, Ploton, was part of the mysteries. Here he was not feared as destroyer, but acknowledged as partner in the cycle of fertility. At Elis in the Peloponnese, he was worshipped at a sanctuary opened only once a year, when sacrifices were made in hushed solemnity. In southern Italy and Sicily, regions with rich soils and deep connections to grain, Hades and Persephone were invoked together, their dual rule over death and life intertwined. His worship often carried the mark of euphemism. To avoid saying his true name, Greeks referred to him as the Unseen One, the host of many, or Pluton, the giver of wealth. Language softened the edges of fear. Euphemism is, after all, a human defence, a way of acknowledging what we dread without naming it directly. Just as today we speak of passing away rather than dying, the Greeks spoke of Pluton instead of Hades. The avoidance itself was a form of worship, an act of recognition that silence can be as sacred as praise. The offerings given to him were also distinctive. While most gods received libations poured upward, toward the sky, Hades received libations poured down into the earth. Honey, milk, and blood seeped into the soil as gifts to the god below. Black animals were sacrificed in his honour, their blood spilled into pits. The rituals were not meant to celebrate him, but to appease him, to ensure that he remained distant, that the dead remained quiet, that the natural order remained unbroken. This form of worship reveals much about Greek attitudes toward death. They did not deny it, nor did they embrace it with joy. They treated it with solemn respect, hedged with caution. Hades was not a god to be ignored, but neither was he one to be invited. He was the inevitable, and so his cult was quiet, measured, and restrained. To worship him was to accept the reality of mortality, to acknowledge that beneath life there is always shadow. The Eleusinian mysteries gave Hades a place of particular importance. Though Demeter and Persephone were the central figures, Hades was the unseen partner. His role in Persephone's descent and return made him essential to the ritual drama. Initiates who participated were promised a better fate in the afterlife, a gentler path in his realm. What that meant precisely we do not know, for the secrets were never written, but we can imagine that by honouring Hades as Ploton, by acknowledging his part in the cycle, worshippers felt they had secured not only fertility for their fields, but also comfort for their souls. Archaeological evidence supports this sense of cautious worship. In graves across Greece and Italy, small tablets have been found, inscribed with prayers to Persephone and Ploton. Some offer instructions for the soul, guiding it to the right springs and paths, ensuring safe passage. These Orphic tablets often urge the soul to declare itself a child of earth and starry heaven, destined for more than the asphodel meadows. To carry such a tablet was to acknowledge Hades' power and to prepare for his judgment. It was worship carried beyond life, a passport into the shadowed kingdom. Fear, however, was never far from reverence. Hades was imagined as stern and unbending, and his presence was not welcome at festivals of joy. To toast him at a feast would have been unthinkable. He was honoured instead at funerals, at gravesides, in rituals of mourning. His worship was entwined with sorrow, but even sorrow carried respect, for the Greeks saw in mourning a recognition of the natural order. They wept, but they also offered. They grieved, but they also appeased. In their tears, Hades was present. There are hints of personal devotion as well. Some individuals may have prayed to him for vengeance, for justice against wrongs that mortal courts couldn't right. For Hades was not only lord of death, but also guarantor of justice beyond life. In such prayers, he was invoked not as Pluton, the wealth bringer, but as the stern king who oversaw the balance of souls. To ask his help was dangerous, but sometimes danger was necessary. In comedy, Hades could be mocked lightly, as in Aristophanes' Frogs, where his realm becomes the stage for parody. But even here, the laughter was nervous. To make sport of the god of death was to admit fear. The audience laughed, but with unease, knowing that the shadow they joked about would one day fall on them too. Comedy gave them a way to look sidelong at dread, to soften it without denying it. In that way, even mockery was a form of acknowledgement, another mask of worship. When we look at the worship of Hades in contrast with that of other gods, its difference becomes stark. Zeus demanded sacrifice for protection, Poseidon for safe passage, Athena for wisdom, Aphrodite for love. Hades asked for nothing, yet received everything in the end. He was not a god one courted for favours. He was a god one prepared for, a god one appeased quietly, a god one accepted as inevitable. His worship was less about asking and more about acknowledging. It was, in a sense, worship by resignation. The Romans inherited this pattern, softening his image further under the name Pluto. In Roman times, he was associated more closely with riches than with dread. Temples to Pluto appeared, where resources were mined, where wealth was drawn from the soil. Yet even then, the shadow lingered. To invoke him was to think of death, to remember mortality, to recognize the limits of human striving. Wealth and death remained bound together. In the Greek imagination, worship and fear could not be separated. To honour Hades was to fear him, and to fear him was to honour him. He was the god of boundaries, of endings, of the line no one could cross twice. To pour libations into the earth was to acknowledge that the ground beneath nourished life, but also swallowed it. To offer black animals was to admit that darkness is as sacred as light. To whisper his name as Pluto was to soften dread with gentleness. Picture then the rituals. At night, by torchlight, mourners gather at a grave. Libations are poured, the soil drinks. A prayer is spoken softly, perhaps not naming Hades directly, but knowing he hears. The family departs in silence, leaving offerings for the unseen god. No feast, no song, only quiet respect. Or imagine the halls of Eleusis, where initiates file in, the air filled with secrecy. They reenact the descent of Persephone, honour the cycle of loss and return, and in the shadows, Plotin is present, not as villain, but as partner in the eternal rhythm. Such worship may seem strange to us, so restrained, so marked by avoidance. Yet it reveals something deeply human. To live is to know that death awaits. To worship Hades was not to love him, but to admit that truth. The Greeks faced mortality not with denial, but with ritual. They gave it shape, they gave it honour, they gave it silence. And in doing so, they found a way to live more fully, knowing that every harvest, every coin, every breath was borrowed time. Thus the worship of Hades was unlike that of any other god. It was cautious, fearful, whispered, restrained. But it was real and it endured, shaping how the Greeks buried their dead, how they tended their fields, how they imagined their fate. He was the god of silence, and so they honoured him in silence. He was the god of inevitability, and so they honoured him with inevitability. Worship and fear were one, bound together as inseparably as life and death. The Greeks saw their gods not as abstractions, but as distinct personalities, each with powers and temperaments that explained the world around them. Hades, though often silent, was as essential to their worldview as Zeus or Poseidon. Yet when we place him beside the rulers of death from other cultures, or even beside his Roman counterpart Pluto, the uniqueness of his character becomes clearer. The Greeks imagined the underworld not as torment without end, nor as paradise reserved for the chosen, but as a realm of inevitability, balance, and order. To understand Hades fully, it helps to see him in contrast with others. Among the Egyptians, for instance, the figure who presided over death was Osiris. His myth told of betrayal and resurrection, of a god slain by his brother Set and restored by the devotion of Isis. Osiris became the judge of the dead, seated upon his throne in green skin as a symbol of rebirth. The Egyptians imagined the afterlife as a mirror of life, fertile and abundant, so long as the soul proved worthy. To reach Osiris, the deceased heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the principle of truth. A heart lighter than the feather allowed entrance into fields of plenty. A heart heavy with sin was devoured by a monster. Its existence ended forever. Here judgment was absolute, a weighing of moral worth, a trial that determined eternal fate. The Greek vision was not so stark. Their dead did not face annihilation. They were not granted endless bliss, except in rare cases. Instead, most drifted into the meadows of asphodel, pale and neutral, living in shadow rather than in torment or paradise. The judges of the underworld weighed deeds, yes, but the scale of judgment was less about morality and more about destiny, about where a soul belonged in the structure of things. Hades himself was not the judge, but the king who presided. He did not weigh hearts, he did not devour the guilty. He kept order, and order for the Greeks was more important than extremes of reward or punishment. The Norse imagined their dead in yet another way. Hel, the goddess who ruled the underworld of the same name, was half alive and half corpse, her body divided between beauty and decay. She was grim, but she was not purely malevolent. Her hall received those who did not die in battle. Warriors slain with weapons went to Odin's Valhalla, while the rest, the majority, went to Hel. The Norse, like the Greeks, recognized that most lives are ordinary. Not everyone dies in glory. And so Hel's realm was a place of rest, not torment, though later Christian influence darkened her image. Hades resembles Hel in this balance. Not a devil, but a ruler who governs the natural destination of most souls. Both gods represent inevitability more than judgment. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they did not imagine fire or brimstone. Those ideas came later, from other traditions. Their underworld was dim, cool, full of shadow, but not filled with endless torment. Punishments in Tartarus were reserved for cosmic offenders. Titans, giants, those who challenged the gods directly. For mortals, the afterlife was more subdued. To live well might bring Elysium. To live wickedly might bring Tartarus. But for most, the afterlife was neither. It was simply continuation in shadow. In this way, Hades stands apart from Osiris, who presided over moral judgment, and from later visions of Hel, which focused on punishment. The Greek underworld was less about sin and more about inevitability. The Romans inherited Hades but reshaped him. They called him Pluto, from Pluton, the wealth bringer. Over time, his image softened further. The Romans associated him not only with death, but with riches, especially those drawn from the soil. Mines, agriculture, and fertility fell under his sphere. As Roman religion evolved, Pluto became a figure less feared and more honoured. He was invoked in rituals of abundance, thanked for grain and treasure. His role as grim king receded into the background, overshadowed by his identity as a giver of prosperity. Even the name Pluto travelled forward into modern times, eventually lending itself to the distant planet, cold and shadowed yet glimmering. In this way, the Roman Pluto shows how cultures can shift emphasis, turning fear into reverence, shadow into wealth. Hades also contrasts sharply with Zeus and Poseidon. His brothers were loud, dramatic, and endlessly entangled with mortals. Zeus hurled thunderbolts, took lovers, punished rivals. Poseidon raised storms, shook the earth, quarrelled with heroes. Hades, by contrast, remained in his domain. He did not pursue mortals, except for Persephone. He did not rage across the world. He ruled quietly with dignity. In this difference lies his power. He did not need to prove himself, for all souls came to him eventually. He was patient, and patience is stronger than force. His brothers might win worship through spectacle, but Hades won it through inevitability. Even within Greek religion itself, Hades was set apart. Most gods demanded sacrifice in exchange for favour. Hades demanded nothing, yet received everything. All mortals, willing or unwilling, ended in his halls. His cult was small not because he was weak, but because he was too great, too near, too inevitable. To honour him directly was to admit one's own mortality. and so he was honoured indirectly through euphemisms, through rituals of burial, through the cycle of agriculture. In contrast to other gods, who were courted for their gifts, Hades was acknowledged for his presence. He was not petitioned for blessings. He was accepted as fact. In literature, these contrasts are clear. When Odysseus descends to the underworld in Homer, he finds not torment, but shades, whispering faintly. When Virgil's Aeneas descends, the Roman vision expands to include detailed punishments and rewards, reflecting Rome's more structured moral view. When philosophers later discussed the soul, they drew on Hades as a symbol of continuity, while Egyptian thought offered symbols of judgment. Each culture reflected its own priorities. For the Greeks, balance and inevitability mattered most. For Egyptians, justice and renewal. For Romans, wealth and prosperity. For Norsemen, battle and honour. Hades' uniqueness lies in his quietness. He does not shout, he does not rage, he does not moralise, he sits, he waits, he governs. In him the Greeks saw not a judge of morality, nor a punisher, nor a giver of endless reward, but the face of necessity itself. He was the God who reminded them that life is brief, that death is universal, that the soil beneath both nourishes and consumes. In this way, Hades is less dramatic, but more profound than many gods. He represents not hope or fear alone, but the inescapable rhythm that underlies all existence. Imagine for a moment how this difference shaped daily life. An Egyptian might live mindful that his heart would be weighed against truth. A Norseman might live in hope of dying in battle to reach Valhalla. A Roman might honour Pluto for fertility and treasure. A Greek, thinking of Hades, lived with the awareness that all paths led to the same gate. This awareness bred a certain sobriety, but also a certain freedom. Since all would end in shadow, what mattered was how one lived before. Fame, honour, hospitality, the bonds of friendship, these gave life meaning, for death was certain and impartial. In contrast to the later Christian visions of hell, Hades was not a moral threat hanging over every choice. He was not eternal fire, but eternal shadow. He did not demand righteousness, but he did remind mortals of mortality. In this reminder lay wisdom. The Greeks laughed, loved, fought, and feasted, knowing that Hades was waiting. Their rituals, their myths, their dramas all acknowledged him. He was not central to their festivals, but he was central to their understanding of life. By contrasting him with other gods of death, we see his shape more clearly. Quiet, inevitable, impartial, patient. Picture him again, seated in his dark hall, Persephone at his side, judges before him, shades drifting beyond. Around him lie treasures of the earth, seeds swelling in darkness, veins of silver gleaming, gems buried in rock. He does not stir. He does not shout. He does not condemn. He simply reigns, the unseen one, the wealth bringer, the silent king. Against Osiris, against hell, against Pluto, he stands unique. Less dramatic, but more certain, less fiery, but more enduring. And so the Greeks lived with Hades not as a terror, but as a truth. They feared him, yes, but they also honoured him, softened his name, and folded him into the cycles of their fields and lives. In contrast to other cultures, theirs was a vision not of final judgment, nor of endless torment, nor of glorious battle, but of balance, of inevitability, of shadow that gave light its meaning. And in that vision, they found a way to live fully, knowing always that the silent king waited below. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they were not only whispering about a god who ruled beneath the earth, but also acknowledging the balance that quietly governed their lives. Hades was not the god of punishment, nor the bringer of chaos, nor the devil of later traditions. He was something more difficult, more inevitable, and perhaps more profound. He was the quiet measure of existence itself, the reminder that everything has a beginning and everything has an end, and that both halves of the pattern matter equally. His name carried weight, his presence carried fear, but in his patience and impartiality lay a truth the Greeks accepted as part of the natural order of life. He was never as dramatic as his brothers. Zeus, with his thunder, filled the sky with spectacle. Poseidon, with his storms, shook the seas and rattled the earth. Hades did not do such things. He remained where he was, steady and constant, silent but ever present. Yet while his brothers fought, quarrelled and schemed, Hades ruled a kingdom that never shrank. Every day his realm grew larger, for every day mortals passed from the world above into his care. He did not chase them, he did not lure them, he only waited, and in time he received them all. To the Greeks, this waiting was not weakness but power. For who can resist him? You may outrun a storm, you may defy a king, you may even defeat an enemy in battle, but no man, no woman, no hero escapes the final journey into his halls. Even the greatest mortals, Heracles, Achilles, Odysseus, all of them confronted him in story or in destiny. He is patient, and patience, the Greeks knew, is stronger than force. In Hades, they saw inevitability clothed in the dignity of silence, yet they also saw balance. He was not only Hades, the stern ruler of the dead, he was also Pluton, the wealth bringer. The Greeks softened his name, not out of dishonesty, but out of recognition. Beneath the earth lay not only the dead, but also treasure. Seeds hidden in the soil rose as harvests. Silver veins glimmered in mines. Gems and stones sparkled where sunlight never reached. The ground was both grave and womb, both tomb and source. To call him Pluton was to honour the richness of the earth, to see that beneath death lies the promise of life renewed. The myth of Persephone expressed this rhythm perfectly. Each year she descended into shadow, and the earth above withered. Each year she returned, and the fields grew green again. Without her absence, there could be no return. Without Hades' claim, there could be no release. The Greeks understood this cycle not as metaphor alone, but as a daily truth. Their crops, their seasons, their festivals all mirrored the descent and return. Death and life were not enemies. They were partners, bound together in an eternal balance. The rituals of worship reflected this truth. Hades had few temples, but he had reverence. His sacrifices were given at night, in silence, with eyes averted. Black animals were chosen for him. Their blood poured into pits, so it sank into the soil. Libations of honey, wine, and milk seeped into the ground as gifts to the unseen god. Unlike other Olympians, whose altars rose high, his offerings sank downward into the realm he governed. To honour him was not to call him up, but to acknowledge his place below. It was a different kind of worship, marked by caution, restraint, and respect. And yet, he was not feared as cruel. The Greeks did not imagine him as a tormentor. Punishments of the wicked were carried out in Tartarus, overseen by other figures, while most souls drifted in the meadows, pale but unharmed. Hades did not strike them down. He received them, kept them, governed them. His role was not to invent suffering, but to ensure order. In this, he was almost bureaucratic, a cosmic official who oversaw the most unchanging aspect of life. His impartiality made him stern, but it also made him fair. That fairness gave the Greeks a strange comfort. In life, wealth and power tilted scales. Kings and generals enjoyed privilege, peasants endured hardship. But in Hades' halls, all were equal. Death came for all, and death treated all the same. The coin for Charon's ferry cost no more for a king than for a beggar. Cerberus guarded the gates without asking rank. The judges weighed lives, but the king himself presided with impartial dignity. To know this was to know that the universe had some justice, even if it was silent and shadowed. The Greeks showed this acceptance in their stories. In Homer, when Odysseus descended, he met Achilles among the shades. Achilles admitted he would rather be the lowest servant among the living than a king among the dead. Yet still, he remained there, part of the order that could not be broken. Heracles dragged Cerberus up, but only with Hades' permission, and returned him quickly. Orpheus pleaded for Eurydice, and for a moment Hades relented, but when the condition was broken, he held fast to law. These tales taught that even gods could bend, but Hades didn't break. His laws were constant, and constancy was his strength. No myth tells of Hades overthrown. The Titans were bound, the giants defeated, the Olympians quarrelled among themselves, but none sought to challenge the king of the dead. To do so would have been pointless. Death cannot be conquered by battle. It must be accepted. This silence in myth is telling. The Greeks did not imagine victory over mortality. They imagined dignity in its face. Hades embodied that dignity. Even comedy, when it mocked him, did so gently. In Aristophanes' plays, the underworld became a stage for parody, and Hades a stiff, gloomy figure easy to poke fun at. But the laughter was nervous, the humour edged with fear. To joke about him was to acknowledge him, to soften dread with jest. Much as we tell dark jokes today to cope with the inevitable, so too did the Greeks. And perhaps Hades himself, in his silence, allowed it. For every joke was still a reminder that he waited. Roman tradition softened him further. They called him Pluto and emphasized his role as giver of wealth. Temples were raised in his honor, especially in places rich with mines or fertile soil. Yet even then, his shadow remained. Wealth and death were never far apart. The same ground that produced abundance also swallowed the body. To invoke Pluto was to ask for prosperity, but also to remember mortality. The Romans turned him toward riches, but the Greeks never forgot his silence. Imagine him now in his hall of stone. Persephone sits beside him, her crown faintly gleaming, her eyes calm. Around them drift the rivers, each with its sound, Lethe with its sigh of forgetting, Phlegethon with its fiery roar, Acheron with its groan of sorrow. Judges sit in patience. Cerberus guards the gates, 3 heads lifting in the dark. Charon rows endlessly, his oar dipping into silent water. Souls wander the meadows. Heroes rest in Elysium, the guilty endure Tartarus. The kingdom is vast, but it is ordered. And at its centre sits Hades, unmoving, unchanging, eternal. This was the vision the Greeks lived with. They did not love him, but they respected him. They did not call his name often, but they acknowledged him in ritual, in burial, in silence. He was the unseen constant, the shadow that gave definition to light. Without him, life would have no urgency. Without his halls, there would be no place for the dead. Without his balance, the cosmos itself would collapse. He was the quiet axis around which life turned. And so, when we close his story, It is not with finality, but with rhythm. For Hades is not the end. He is the measure that ensures every end has meaning. The Greeks did not imagine him raging, nor smiling, nor plotting. They imagined him seated, waiting, patient as stone, constant as soil. His silence was not emptiness, but presence. His stillness was not weakness, but strength. This is the eternal balance, life and death, growth and decay, silence and sound. The Greeks accepted it, feared it, and honoured it in equal measure. Hades was not adored, but he was necessary. He was not cheered, but he was inevitable. And in inevitability lies truth. The shadowed god remains, waiting as he always has, reminding us that in silence there is meaning, in ending there is order, and in death there is the balance that makes life precious. There is a curious quiet to the way ancient Greeks approached death. Not loud wailing, though that happened too, and quite dramatically at times, but rather a sense that death was something both ordinary and inevitable, much like rain on a clay roof. It came for everyone eventually, even the demigods, the kings, the warriors with stories sung about them. 1 minute you were discussing philosophy in the agora, the next you were a pale wisp of yourself waiting for a boat. The ancient Greeks had no single unified view of death. Their beliefs evolved over time, from the epic poetry of Homer, where the afterlife was more or less a shadowy waiting room, to the refined philosophies of Plato and Pythagoras, who proposed reincarnation and the purification of the soul. But even as their spiritual doctrines shifted, there remained a consistent thread of ritual, reverence, and just the faintest hint of dread. As death approached, the household stirred to action. Family members gathered around the bed. If you were wealthy or of some local importance, the affair might be somewhat grand. If you were a humble farmer, it might just be your wife, your daughter, and a neighbour who owed you 2 goats and a handshake. Still, someone would be there. The Greeks believed dying alone was an unnatural thing, an imbalance of sorts. When the end neared, Thanatos himself was believed to appear. Unlike modern personifications of death, Thanatos wasn't especially frightening. He wasn't cloaked or skeletal. Instead, he was imagined as a calm, winged youth, serene and efficient. He was often depicted with his brother, Hypnos, the god of sleep. Death and sleep were close cousins after all, and in many ways, sleep was a rehearsal for death, only with a softer pillow. Thanatos, when he came, didn't carry a scythe. He carried a blade, small and ceremonial, with which he severed a lock of the dying person's hair. This symbolic gesture released the soul, the psyche, from the troddy. The psyche was not a dramatic spirit or ghost. It was often portrayed as a small, delicate butterfly, or a breath, something light, something fleeting. It slipped from the lips quietly and vanished into the air. Once the soul had gone, the work of the living began. The body was immediately washed, usually by female relatives, and then anointed with oil. This was a moment of care, and also of duty. The dead deserved respect, and the gods of the underworld, Hades among them, paid attention to these things. The body was then dressed, often in the person's best clothes. At times, a wreath might be placed on the head, or the body laid out with arms crossed, eyes closed. The dead were not made to look asleep. They were meant to look dignified. This period, known as the laying out, was called the. It took place at home, and often lasted a day or two. Visitors would come to pay respects, and this was where the lamentations began. To mourn a death properly in ancient Greece was not a quiet affair. Women wailed, tore their garments, scratched their cheeks. Some families hired professional mourners who could raise the tone of grief to operatic heights. The louder and more passionate the mourning, the more honoured the dead. Though, of course, if you weren't especially popular in life, the room might be a bit quieter. Later, reformers like Solon felt all this wailing was a bit excessive. Laws were passed in Athens limiting how much noise could be made and for how long. The idea was that grief should be orderly, not performative. But one suspects that in many homes, tradition continued to trump legislation. After this came the ekphora, the funeral procession. It usually took place just before sunrise, when the world was still dim and soft. The body was carried out of the house on a wooden bier, often by male relatives. A small group would follow. Family, friends, perhaps a flutist. Music, yes, but slow and sombre, like a procession through thick fog. The Greeks buried their dead just outside the city walls. Cemeteries lined the roads in tidy rows, the tombstones bearing inscriptions and simple carvings. A woman might be shown seated, with a spindle in her lap. A man, standing beside a column, extending a hand in farewell. These weren't scenes of drama. They were quiet moments, frozen in stone. Burial was important, essential in fact. Without burial, the soul could not cross into the afterlife. It would linger instead on the banks of the river, nameless, forgotten, unable to rest. This is why the Greeks considered denying someone burial a form of cruelty. The myth of Antigone tells us as much. Her brother Polynices, denied proper rites, became a kind of moral test for the living. Did one obey the state, or the deeper law of the gods? In Homer's time, cremation was more common, particularly among warriors. Their ashes were placed in ornate urns and buried with offerings. Later, burial became the norm. But in both cases, the essential rituals remained. One detail remained constant across time: the coin. Before burial, a coin, typically an obol, was placed either in the mouth of the dead or over the eyes. This was payment for Charon, the ferryman who rowed souls across the river Styx. Without the coin, Charon would not ferry you. You would be left behind, wandering the shore for 100 years. No ticket, no journey. It was a grim thought. And so the coin was never forgotten. Along with the coin, offerings were sometimes placed in the grave: food, drink, small tools or tokens. For children, a favourite toy. For warriors, perhaps a broken spear. These were not meant to be useful exactly, more symbolic. A gesture that said, "We remember you." Here are things that mattered. Death, for all its finality, did not sever the bond between the living and the dead. Graves were visited. Offerings were made. On certain days, libations were poured: milk, honey, wine, a bit of barley, bread sometimes. The living whispered prayers and cleaned the stones. It was not only for the sake of memory but for safety. The dead, if ignored, might grow restless. Ghosts in Greek thought were not often malevolent, but they were persistent. A soul denied its rights, or forgotten, could return. Not as a spectre with chains, but as a presence. A cold wind. A dream. A sickness that no doctor could name. To prevent this, the Greeks held festivals for the dead. The most famous was the Anthesteria, held in Athens. For a few days, it was believed that the dead roamed freely. Doors were smeared with pitch, prayers were said, and once the festival was over, the dead were politely told to return to their place. The phrase, "Out you carers, the festival is over," was spoken aloud, firmly, just to be safe. Among philosophers, death was a subject of endless fascination. Socrates, when condemned to die, drank his hemlock calmly, discussing the nature of the soul until his last breath. In Plato's dialogues, he describes death as a release, a chance for the soul to pursue truth without the distractions of the body. For Pythagoras and his followers, the soul was eternal, passing from one life to another in a great cycle, each death merely a stop along the way. Even Epicurus, who denied the existence of an afterlife altogether, had advice to offer. "Why fear death?" he asked. "When it comes, you are no longer there." It was not meant as sarcasm, just practical. And so the Greeks lived with death, not in fear, but in acknowledgement. They prepared for it with rituals. They spoke of it in myth. They imagined it not as a punishment, but as a continuation. The dead went somewhere. Not always a pleasant place, not always a fair one, but somewhere. Some walked the fields of asphodel, aimless and without memory. Some were judged worthy and sent to Elysium. Others, the unlucky or the wicked, fell into Tartarus. And a very few chose to return, to try again, with better choices next time. But all of that, the rivers, the judges, the endless meadows of twilight, that comes later. For now, the soul is still drifting. The family has left the grave. The coin lies cold beneath the earth. The river waits. And in the distance, a small boat begins to move. The journey to the Greek afterlife officially began not with death, but with the arrival at a riverbank. A dark, still place that hummed with timelessness. There were no birdsong, no breezes, just the soft hush of water and the distant creak of oars. It was here the dead waited, coin in hand, or, if someone had forgotten, perhaps empty-palmed and increasingly concerned. This riverbank was not a metaphor, at least not to the Greeks. It was a physical place the soul arrived at after death. The most commonly named river was the Styx, whose name rather dramatically translates to the hateful one, but there were others. The Acheron, the river of woe, was another popular candidate. And then there was the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. All in all, the Greek afterlife had more waterways than Venice, though with far less wine and considerably more dread. But the most important detail, the feature that transformed this place from a gloomy bog into the first bureaucratic checkpoint of eternity, was the ferryman, Charon. He is perhaps one of the most recognizable figures in all of Greek myth, even if you've never quite been sure how to pronounce his name. It's Chiron for the record, though he doesn't seem the type to correct you. Charon's job was simple: to ferry the souls of the dead across the river into the realm of Hades. But like any transportation service worth its salt, Charon charged a fare, and unlike your local bus driver, he didn't accept excuses. No coin, no crossing. The traditional offering was an obol, a small silver coin of minimal value. Often it was placed beneath the tongue or over the eyes of the dead before burial, a practice known as danak. This wasn't about wealth, it was about protocol. Charon did not haggle. One coin, one passage? No coin, and you waited, and waited, and waited. For the ancient Greeks, this wasn't just a quaint mythological detail. It was a real concern. Families made absolutely sure the deceased had their payment ready. To be buried without a coin was to risk a century of ghostly limbo, wandering the shores of the Styx, whispering into the dark, and hoping that someday someone would remember you long enough to toss a coin your way. In other words, it was something like being stuck in line at the world's most depressing border control without the right documentation. And Charon? He didn't help. In early depictions, he's not terrifying exactly, but certainly unfriendly. Old, bearded and grim, with eyes that see nothing and yet miss nothing. He stood in his ferry, often a simple, flat-bottomed skiff, pole in hand, waiting silently as the dead approached. There were no instructions. You were expected to know what to do. Step forward, present your fare, board the boat, and then sit in silence as the river passed beneath you. This journey wasn't brief, nor was it scenic. The Styx was no gondola ride, no gentle drifting under moonlight. It was dark, utterly still in places, churning in others. No one spoke. Even the ferryman rarely uttered a word. He rowed, the dead stared. Occasionally something moved in the water, but it was best not to ask. Now, it's worth noting that Charon didn't operate alone. The Greek underworld was full of systems, some overlapping, some contradictory, like an ancient version of tax code. But Charon remained one of the few constants. He appeared in Homer, in Virgil's Aeneid, in countless vase paintings and funerary art. Always the same role, passage from one side to the other. His name, interestingly, may derive from the word charopos, meaning fierce gaze or of keen eyes. Though to be fair, if your job consisted of rowing souls across a cursed river for eternity, you'd likely develop a certain sharpness in the eyes too. Some sources suggest Charon was a son of Erebus, darkness, and Nyx, night, which rather sums him up. Not evil, not cruel, just the natural consequence of where he came from. He didn't hate the dead. He simply didn't care much for them either. His role was functional. Ferry them across, drop them off, and return for the next batch. There are a few exceptions in the myths, heroes who manage to speak to Charon, or even bribe him, but these are rare. Charon is not easily persuaded. You don't spend millennia ferrying shades back and forth without learning to resist a good sales pitch. Orpheus, for instance, manages to charm him with music, but he was a special case. Not many mortals carry a lyre that can make even the trees weep. And besides, Charon only let him pass because it was Hades' will. Theseus and Pirithous famously tried to sneak into the underworld to abduct Persephone. Yes, abduct, but were caught and punished. They were, one suspects, not especially persuasive. Even Heracles, with all his strength and bravado, needed divine permission to pass. He reportedly terrified Charon so much that the ferryman had to be punished afterward for allowing a living man aboard. You can imagine Charon shaking slightly on his return, whispering, he didn't even pay. The fact that most mortals didn't speak during the crossing was not just a matter of etiquette. Once the soul boarded Charon's boat, it began to change. Already, its memory was fading. In Homer's view of the afterlife, the dead were shadows, insubstantial, emotionless, barely able to speak above a whisper. This process of fading began early, often during the crossing itself. Some later philosophers suggested the river was symbolic, that the water represented the boundary between knowledge and unknowing, between identity and dissolution. The journey across was not just physical, it was metaphysical, a washing away of ego, a dissolving of self, which makes one wonder what the view looked like from Karen's boat. Did the banks drift away, or blur? Did the sky remain visible? Did the water carry reflections, or was it too dark? Did the dead sometimes try to speak? Did Karen ever listen? We'll never know. But the Greeks certainly imagined the scene in rich detail. In some funerary art, the river is lined with reeds. The boat is small, almost laughably so. Souls crouch together, their forms already fading into the mist. Karen stands at the back, unmoved, the pole steady in his hands. The river stretches outward, with no clear destination in sight. Eventually the far bank would appear, and there the real journey would begin. The dead stepped off the boat and found themselves in a strange, dark plain. Sometimes it was described as a kind of marsh, other times as a field scattered with asphodel, a pale, ghostly flower associated with forgetfulness and mediocrity. In either case, it wasn't paradise. Not yet. First, the soul had to be judged. But the crossing itself, that brief moment between breath and judgment, was its own story. A quiet, slow journey into the unknown. Not violent, not fiery, just stillness. And the creak of wood, and the sound of oars dipping into black water. To the Greeks, this image was far more powerful than any angel with wings or demon with horns. It wasn't what you saw that frightened you. It was what you didn't. The absence of warmth, the hush, the sense that your name was still with you, but slipping away. And Karen? He just kept rowing. What happens if a soul tries to cross without paying? That question haunted Greek culture. The idea that one might die unprepared, not just spiritually, but financially, was deeply unsettling. It was a bit like dying without a will, only with far more metaphysical consequences. These souls, the unburied or the unpaid, were called ataphioi. They couldn't cross. They hovered at the edge of the river, disoriented, forgotten. In myths, they appear as plaintive figures, always reaching, always waiting. Some drifted toward the world of the living, becoming ghosts. Others remained by the shore, murmuring softly in languages long dead. In this, the Greeks expressed a truth we still fear. To die is inevitable. But to be forgotten, that's the true punishment. So Karen, grim though he was, also offered a kind of mercy. Passage, completion. A way forward, even if the road led to shadows. In time, Karen's image would evolve. The Romans adopted him, of course, renaming nothing for once, and added more theatrical flair. In medieval Christian imagery, he morphed into a symbol of damnation. In modern culture, he often appears as yet another variant of death itself, rowing with skeletal hands. But in the Greek imagination, he remained what he always was, a necessary figure. Not cruel, not kind, simply present, reliable in a way. You knew he'd be there, pole in hand, waiting in the mist. If you had the coin. If you didn't, well, let's just hope your family remembered. And so the river stretches on. The boat fades into the mist. And the soul, silent and solitary, drifts toward its next destination. But we won't follow it just yet. Best to linger here, by the river bank, for a little while longer. The air is still, the water quiet. And somewhere in the dark, a ferryman rows on. After the ferry ride across the river, whether the Styx or the Acheron, depending on your mythological source, the soul of the deceased found itself on the far bank, standing at the edge of the underworld proper. The boat disappeared behind, as if it had never been there. No return trips, no second chances. Just the faint sound of Karen's oar fading into shadow. Ahead lay the gates of the afterlife. They weren't golden, they didn't gleam. No trumpets heralded your arrival. If anything, the entrance was marked by an unnerving stillness, like the moment just before a bureaucratic office opens, and the clerk behind the window looks up with tired eyes and says, "Next." Because that's exactly what this next stage of the afterlife resembled. A bureaucracy. Not chaotic, not cruel. Just orderly, impersonal, and eternal. Before any soul could continue into the meadows or pits beyond, it had to be judged, sorted, stamped, as it were, by the celestial authorities. The Greeks, ever fond of systems, had arranged for 3 judges to handle this work, each one a mortal once famed for their wisdom, now promoted posthumously to manage the endless queue of shades. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, the 3 great judges of the dead. Not gods, mind you. They did not rule the underworld. That job belonged to Hades and Persephone, who remained mostly aloof from these proceedings. The judges were more like senior clerks in a divine customs office, respected, competent, and mildly terrifying in their efficiency. Let us meet them. Minos, the most famous of the trio, had once ruled over Crete. Yes, that Minos, the one with the Minotaur in the labyrinth, the one who demanded Athenian tributes and ended up causing no end of trouble for heroes with swords. In life, he was a king. In death, a judge. Some thought he presided over the final verdicts, weighing the toughest cases, as if he were the chairman of the afterlife's board. Then there was Rhadamanthus, also of Crete and said to be Minos's brother. Known in myth for his strict sense of justice, he was thought to preside over the souls of those from Asia. Yes, the Greeks divided judgment regionally, like assigning postal codes. Rhadamanthus had a reputation for being incorruptible. No bribes, no favours, just the rules, followed precisely. Lastly, there was Aeacus, the stern judge of European souls, and formerly the king of the island of Aegina. His name means something like earth-bearer, and he was believed to have once settled disputes even among the gods. Naturally, someone with that resume was chosen to help manage eternity. Together the 3 judges stood at the gates of Hades, reviewing the moral record of each soul that arrived. They did not argue, they did not delay. They had been doing this for a very long time. But what exactly were they judging? Unlike some modern notions of morality, the Greek version was a bit more flexible. There was no universal list of sins, no codified 10 commandments carved in stone. Instead, the judges considered whether a person had lived with honour, kept their oaths, respected the gods, and fulfilled their role in society. Murderers, oath-breakers, and tyrants were generally sent to Tartarus, the prison of the damned. But most souls weren't so dramatic. They were ordinary folk, bakers, sailors, poets. People who had tried mostly to do the right thing, and only occasionally shouted at their neighbours. These souls were usually sent to the Asphodel Meadows, a quiet and unremarkable region of the underworld. But a select few, heroes, philosophers, the unusually virtuous, might be permitted into Elysium, a kind of paradisiacal retreat reserved for the spiritually exceptional. Some myths tell us that the judgment involved scales, a visual metaphor that would be borrowed centuries later by Roman and Christian imagery. In other versions, the soul's memory was laid bare, and the judges simply knew what had transpired. One suspects there were no opportunities for clever excuses. Still, it's not difficult to imagine the scene. The soul arrives, faint and translucent, having barely dried from the river crossing. Ahead, 3 figures in robes, seated behind a long bench carved from shadow. No torches, no fires. Just an ambient, directionless light that casts no shadows. One of the judges lifts his head. "Name?" he asks. The soul gives it, perhaps with a slight tremble. "Region?" Aeacus inquires, pulling out a parchment that unrolls forever. A pause as memories unfold, not from the soul's perspective, but from time itself. Scenes from life flicker silently across an invisible screen. A lie told in childhood, a kindness to a stranger, a broken promise, a moment of courage, each act balanced against the next. Then Minos speaks. "Elysium," he says simply, or asphodel, or, on occasion, Tartarus. No appeal, no fanfare. The soul is led away. To the Greeks, this process wasn't meant to be terrifying. It was inevitable, predictable even. The afterlife was not a lottery, it was an audit. Of course, not all souls went quietly. Some myths speak of judges who were lenient. Others suggest they could be stern to the point of cruelty. In Orphic traditions, mystical beliefs that offered hope of a better afterlife for the initiated, the judgment could be bypassed entirely if one had the right knowledge and had lived a pure life. These sects spoke of the soul's liberation from the cycle of rebirth, but for the average Greek, judgment was simply part of the process. Even heroes had to face it. When Achilles arrived, still bristling from his death, the judges listened. When Odysseus visited the underworld in Homer's Odyssey, he spoke to shades who had already passed through judgment and were now stuck in their assigned realms. They did not complain, they simply existed. Occasionally, the judges themselves appeared in other myths. Aeacus, for example, was said to have helped build the walls of Troy, a detail that links the realm of the dead back to the concerns of the living. Minos, too, was sometimes portrayed not as wise, but harsh. His legacy from life carried into death. Whether that's fair or not remains unclear. What is clear, however, is that the Greeks imagined judgment not as a divine interrogation, but as a necessary sorting. There were too many souls, too many lives. Someone had to organize it all. And so the 3 judges sat, day after day, year after year, century after century, reviewing cases with quiet authority. There's something strangely comforting in that image. No chaos, no drama, just administration. Eternal, slightly tedious, say, and mercifully devoid of small talk. It's easy to imagine a clerk standing nearby with a large bronze bell, calling out names. Timon of Sparta, Asphodel. Nicandros of Delos, Elysium. Euphemia, widow of Bion. Tartarus, I'm afraid. Poor record-keeping and a suspicious number of poisoned figs. Of course, no such bell existed, but the Greeks did see their afterlife as orderly, structured. The gods may have had their feuds, but the underworld ran on time. It's worth reflecting, too, that this system didn't promise comfort. It promised placement. There was no promise of reunion with loved ones, no guarantee of delight. Only the certainty that your actions had consequences, and that someone, somewhere, was keeping a very long list. Some later thinkers found this idea unsatisfying. Plato, for example, imagined a more elaborate judgment in his dialogue Gorgias. There, the judges stripped each soul of its body and examined it naked so that nothing could be hidden. They saw the scars of injustice, the bruises of cruelty. No speech could sway them. only the truth of the soul's shape. It's a powerful image, and perhaps not the most sleep-inducing, but it reveals how deeply the Greeks believed in ethical accounting. Even if justice came only after death, it came. And once judgment was rendered, the gates opened. Not the kind of gates you might be picturing. No wrought iron or flames. Just space. A path forward. One led to the asphodel fields, silent, fog-covered, dotted with indistinct shapes moving slowly through eternity. One led to Elysium. Peaceful, bright, humming faintly with music only the virtuous could hear. One dropped sharply downward into Tartarus, where the shadows grew teeth and time bent into cruel circles. But those are stories for other chapters. For now, let us linger at the gates. The judges are still seated, their faces unreadable. A new soul steps forward, another life to consider, another journey to assign. You might say it never ends, but that's the point, isn't it? After judgment came destination. Some souls, those of poets and warriors, and uncommonly good dinner guests, were gently steered toward Elysium. Others, most others, were sent drifting toward the asphodel meadows, to walk quietly through eternity in shades of grey. But not all were so lucky. Some, perhaps a few too many for comfort, were condemned to the deepest and most secret place of the underworld. Tartarus. Now, to speak of Tartarus is to shift tone. Gone are the soft meadows and quiet judges. Tartarus is not gentle. It is not fair. And it is certainly not boring, though it is eternal. And repetition, as the Greeks well knew, has a way of turning even torment into something grimly dull. Unlike the rest of the underworld, Tartarus was not a place for the average sinner. You didn't end up here for stealing bread or skipping sacrifices. This was a realm reserved for the worst offenders. Those who defied the gods, broke sacred oaths, or tried to overthrow Olympus itself. Not misdemeanors, but divine felonies. And make no mistake, Tartarus wasn't just a section of the underworld. It was older. In fact, it was a primordial being in its own right. In Hesiod's Theogony, Tartarus is not a prison, but a deity, one of the first elements of existence, alongside Chaos, Gaia, the earth, and Eros, love, of course. The gods didn't build Tartarus. They discovered it, like a cave no one wants to enter twice. Geographically, if such a term means anything in the realm of the dead, Tartarus lay far beneath the earth, beyond even Hades' domain. As Hesiod put it, a bronze anvil falling from heaven would fall 9 days before it reached the earth, and another 9 before it reached Tartarus. Quite a distance, even by mythological standards. It wasn't so much underground as beneath existence, beyond, below everything. The first residents of Tartarus were the Titans. After the Olympian gods defeated the Titans in the great war known as the Titanomachy, Zeus and his siblings did what any newly victorious regime would do. They locked up the old rulers, deep where no one could hear them complain or plot a comeback. Cronus, the father of Zeus, was thrown down with his allies into the abyss. Shackled, forgotten, or almost forgotten. Zeus appointed guards, because even in mythology, no prison is complete without wardens. These were the Hecatonchires, the 100-handed giants. Each one had 50 heads and 100 arms, which presumably made pat-downs very efficient. They had once been imprisoned themselves, so their loyalty to Olympus was rather firm. The Titans were not tortured exactly, not like the later arrivals, but they were bound in darkness, held in place with chains forged by Hephaestus, reinforced by divine command. They weren't going anywhere. Still, they weren't alone for long. Because soon enough, Tartarus became the destination for a special class of soul. The irredeemably ambitious, the arrogantly clever, the unpardonably defiant. Those who pushed too far and paid for it not with death. Everyone dies, after all, but with punishment. Let's begin with Sisyphus. A king in life, and by all accounts quite clever. Too clever, in fact. Sisyphus made the mistake of cheating death. Not once, but twice. When Thanatos came to collect him the first time, Sisyphus tricked him and locked him in chains. As a result, no one on earth could die. This caused problems. Battles continued endlessly, injuries piled up, and the whole world began to feel unnaturally bloated. Eventually, Ares himself had to intervene, free Thanatos, and drag Sisyphus back to the underworld. But even then, Sisyphus had one more trick. He told his wife not to perform the proper burial rites. Then, once in the underworld, he complained to Persephone about this great injustice, convincing her to let him return briefly to scold his wife. Once back among the living, he stayed, and stayed, until he was dragged back for good. For this defiance, his punishment was elegantly pointless, to push a massive boulder up a hill, only to have it roll back down just before reaching the top. Again, and again, forever. It wasn't painful, just futile. That, the Greeks believed, was punishment enough. Then there was Tantalus, another royal figure, and yet another lesson in not angering the gods. Tantalus had once dined with the Olympians, a rare honour, but he betrayed their trust. Some say he stole their ambrosia. Others say he revealed divine secrets. The worst version of the tale claims he cooked his own son and served him to the gods to test their omniscience. They noticed. Whatever the truth, the punishment was unforgettable. Tantalus was placed in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. When he bent to drink, the water receded. When he reached for fruit, the branches lifted. Thirst and hunger, eternally unsatisfied. From this myth, we get the word tantalize, which is, in itself, a sort of cruel joke. Ixion followed, a mortal who dared to desire Hera, queen of the gods. He tried to seduce her, which did not go well. Zeus, always fond of a test, created a cloud in Hera's image to see what Ixion would do. He failed, horribly. For this, Ixion was bound to a spinning, fiery wheel in Tartarus. Not forever turning, but forever being turned. Motion without escape, punishment by perpetual dizziness. And then, of course, the Danaides. 50 daughters, ordered by their father to marry 50 sons of his brother. On their wedding night, all but one murdered their husbands. For this crime, whether by obedience or cruelty, they were sentenced to carry water in leaky jars. Endless labour with no result. Their punishment was less personal, more industrial. A haunting image of eternal futility. Women stooped at a basin, water splashing through their cracked vessels, time dripping into meaninglessness. What unites all these punishments is not violence, but repetition. The Greeks understood something rather profound. Suffering doesn't need to be dramatic to be unbearable. It can be quiet, predictable, infinitely dull. And that's what Tartarus became. Not a fire and brimstone inferno, but a place where time itself dissolved into cycles of meaninglessness, where the worst crime was hubris, and the worst fate was endless, fruitless effort. Tartarus was not just a prison, but a warning, a moral compass calibrated by myth. It told listeners, know your place, do not challenge the gods, do not trick death, do not think yourself wiser than Olympus. In that sense, Tartarus wasn't evil. It was lawful, rigid, It obeyed rules that mortals had broken. It did not delight in punishment. It simply carried it out. Some versions of the myth suggest the condemned could eventually be released, or at least forgotten, but most tellings are less optimistic. Tartarus is final. The boulder rolls, the wheel spins, the water leaks. Even the landscape reflects this hopelessness. Descriptions are sparse, mostly black, occasionally glowing with strange cold light. The walls drip with something not quite water. There are no stars, no wind, just echoes. The kind that might not even be yours. It is, in a strange way, the opposite of Elysium. Not because it's painful, but because it's purposeless. In Elysium, your goodness earned you peace. In Tartarus, your defiance earned you a task that can never be completed, which perhaps is worse than flames or torment, because at least pain can be felt. But in Tartarus, nothing is ever resolved. And yet, Tartarus fascinated the Greeks. They told its stories again and again. They painted its punishments on pottery, etched them in stone. Perhaps because it mirrored something familiar, the mundane routines of mortal life, the grinding repetition, the longing for meaning. Maybe Tartarus wasn't some fantastical abyss. Maybe it was just an exaggerated reflection of the world above, where kings worked to keep their thrones, where water spilled, where tasks were repeated day after day, and where mortals sometimes looked at the sky and thought, I could do better. The Greeks, practical as ever, knew how that ended, so Tartarus remained beneath the earth, beneath even Hades. Not a place you stumbled into, not a fate you could fall into by accident. You earned Tartarus, step by step, choice by choice, and once there you stayed, the Titans still murmured in their chains. The wheel of Ixion spun, the daughters of Danaus stooped and stooped again. The boulder rolled, and Sisyphus sighed, but there was no scream, no roar, just silence. And time stretched thin. And far above, the world went on, unaware. After all the judgment, punishment, and poetic torment we've seen in the underworld so far, you might be wondering, what happened to everyone else? Surely not every soul was a trickster, tyrant, or demigod with an oversized ego and a bronze sword. Most people, after all, were neither saintly nor monstrous. They were farmers, midwives, shepherds, potters. People who lived and died without ever striking down a cyclops or seducing a god. The quiet masses. And for these, the Greeks envisioned a place not of reward and not of punishment, but of persistent neutrality. Welcome to the fields of asphodel. The asphodel plant itself is rather unremarkable. A pale spindly flower, it grows in rocky soils and has a waxy, grey-white bloom. To the Greeks, it symbolized the afterlife, perhaps because it was hardy, and grew in places where little else did, or perhaps because its dull colour suggested a kind of forgettable endurance. Either way, the meadows of asphodel were thought to be where most souls ended up. Not the wicked, not the heroic, just the rest, the vast majority, a great collective murmur of the average. In Homer's Odyssey, when Odysseus descends into the underworld and speaks to the dead, he does not find them feasting in golden halls or being chased by hellhounds. He finds them drifting, shades with dim voices, souls who remember little, who speak slowly as if their words must cross a great fog before reaching their mouths. It is here that he meets Achilles, once the greatest warrior of the Greeks. Odysseus greets him with admiration, saying, "You are the most blessed of men, for in life you were honoured, and now in death you rule over the dead. But Achilles replies with a line that still startles. Do not try to comfort me. I would rather be a servant to a poor man on earth than king of all the dead. And there it is. The asphodel fields were not hell. They were not painful. But neither were they pleasant. They were nothing much. The souls who entered these meadows weren't tortured. They simply existed, wandering among the pale blossoms, without hunger, without rest, without desire. There was no sense of time, no real memory, only a faint awareness of having once been alive, of having once meant something. Now, one might ask, is that really so bad? Perhaps not. For the Greeks, the fields of asphodel were more melancholy than malevolent. They didn't set out to scare anyone with this vision. They simply reflected what they saw in life. Most people were not heroes. Most lives ended quietly, and the afterlife mirrored that stillness. The asphodel fields were not enclosed or guarded. There were no walls, no gates. Just an endless expanse of greyish flowers beneath a colourless sky. No sun, no moon. Just a soft, ambient light that didn't cast shadows. Imagine walking through a field at dusk, where the air never changes and every direction feels the same. Now imagine doing that forever. You might pass other shades. You might even recognise one. But conversation was rare. Even memories faded. In some stories, souls had no memory at all. Just flickers of emotion like a dream long forgotten. In a few myths, it was possible to remember who you were, but only if you drank from the right stream. The river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, flowed nearby. Most souls were said to drink from it, forgetting their former lives so they could exist peacefully. Not joyfully, not meaningfully, just peacefully. Others, notably the followers of Orphic mysteries, believed that one could resist Lethe, that by living a pure life and seeking secret knowledge, a soul could drink instead from the river Mnemosyne, the river of memory, and be reborn, or perhaps ascend to a higher realm. But that was rare. Most people, frankly, weren't initiated into mystery cults. They lived their lives, baked their bread, planted their olives, and died, and in death they wandered the asphodel fields. The Greek poets sometimes hinted that these souls retained vague impressions of their earthly lives, like dreams glimpsed through a curtain. You might remember a name, a child, a song, but only for a moment before it slipped away again into the grey. It is tempting to think of this as sad, but perhaps that's a modern interpretation. The ancient Greeks, for all their philosophical leanings, were deeply pragmatic. They didn't see eternal bliss as something every soul deserved, nor did they believe in eternal torture for most. The afterlife simply continued the pattern of life. The few were extraordinary, and the rest weren't. And so the field stretched on. There was no ruler here. Hades and Persephone kept their distance. The judges had already done their part. The souls were not managed. They were simply present. You might imagine an underworld shepherd or two, keeping an eye out for wanderers. But the texts are largely silent on that point. What makes the fields of asphodel so compelling is their banality. There is no grand architecture, no crystal towers or golden bridges. Just quiet. Just space. A low, colourless hum where thoughts dissolve before they are finished. For the Greeks, this idea was deeply rooted in their view of the soul. The psyche, after death, was not a complete self. It was a shade, a shadow. The vital force that had animated the body now persisted, but only partially. It could be spoken to, as Odysseus does, or consulted in rituals. But it was not truly alive, nor really was it dead. It was something in between. And that in-betweenness defined the asphodel fields. A state not of torment, but of absence. Not sorrow, but silence. There is a kind of mercy in this, one could argue. After the noise of life, the striving, the losing, the fearing, perhaps the endless drift of asphodels is a kind of rest. The Greeks didn't see this as a punishment. It was simply what happened. You lived, you died, and you became memory's echo. Some later philosophers, such as Plato, found the idea troubling. In his dialogues, he imagined a more complex system, where souls were rewarded or punished based on the health of their inner life. Virtue, for Plato, was not just external behaviour, but the harmony of the soul. Those who achieved this harmony could be reborn into better lives, or even escape the cycle altogether. But most Greeks were not Platonists. They made their offerings, said their prayers, and buried their dead with a coin and a hope. That hope wasn't for Elysium. It was simply that the soul would find its place, undisturbed. And that place, 9 times out of 10, was here, among the asphodels. Sometimes poets tried to dress it up. They'd imagine the flowers swaying gently in the breeze, or the occasional shaft of light breaking through. But even then, the tone remained muted. No one danced in these fields. No one laughed. If there was music, it was very far away. A few myths allow the possibility of leaving the asphodel fields, not by climbing, but by drinking from the river Mnemosyne and returning to life through reincarnation. The Orphics believed that souls, if purified, could break the cycle altogether. But this was esoteric knowledge, a secret teaching. Most people never heard of it, so they stayed. Sometimes visitors from the living world would pass through. Odysseus, as mentioned, or Aeneas in the Roman retelling. They would speak to shades, hear their soft regrets, and then move on. The shades rarely asked to return. They simply acknowledged their state. I am what remains, they seemed to say, and that is enough. In modern stories, the afterlife is often a place of drama. Gates, battles, decisions. The Greeks didn't need all that. They understood that eternity, more often than not, was defined by stillness. Which is perhaps why their myths still resonate. Because somewhere in all of us, we suspect that the afterlife, if it exists, might not be thunder and fire, but something much quieter. A field, a memory, a drifting shape in the dusk. And so the souls of the average moved forward, not rising, not falling, just moving softly through the asphodels. They did not speak much. They did not cry. They had forgotten the need, and above them the sky remained the same, forever twilight. Neither dawn nor dusk, a grey that promised nothing, but also asked for nothing. Elysium. The very name has a pleasing sound to it. Light, elegant, whispered. If Tartarus was the dark basement of the afterlife, and the asphodel fields its endless waiting room, then Elysium was, well, it was the nice part. But make no mistake, it was exclusive. Elysium was not for the common soul. It wasn't even for the moderately decent. You couldn't simply live a quiet life, pay your taxes, and expect to wake up in Elysium. Number entry required excellence, heroism, favour, or at the very least, knowing the right gods. This wasn't the democracy of the dead. This was an aristocracy. To reach Elysium, one had to be judged truly exceptional. A hero, a poet, a philosopher of virtue, or someone particularly well liked by the immortals. The sort of person who dies and is immediately eulogized in verse. The rest, well, they were ushered quietly into the meadows. Still, the promise of Elysium was alluring. A place not just free of pain, but full of delight, where the skies were always pleasant, where music drifted softly on warm air, where the shades of the blessed lived in harmony, no longer shadows of themselves, but something brighter, full, restored. It's hard to pin down what Elysium looked like. The Greeks didn't describe it in architectural detail. There were no pearl gates or streets of gold. Instead, they spoke of it as a place of meadows, of green fields and sweet breezes. Some imagined rivers of pure water. Others, gentle sunlight without the scorching heat of Helios. Homer gives us only the briefest hint, calling it the Elysian plain at the world's end, where life is easiest for men. In this place, he wrote, there is no snow, nor heavy storms, nor ever rain, but ocean sends up blasts of the west wind that are refreshing to men. It sounds like the sort of climate travel brochures dream of. Eternal spring, a Mediterranean villa of the afterlife. In Hesiod's Works and Days, Elysium becomes the Isles of the Blessed, a sort of divine retirement community floating at the edge of the world. Those who made it there lived without sorrow, ruled over by Cronus, the old god whom Zeus had deposed. An intriguing detail that. Perhaps even the gods, once dethroned, find somewhere peaceful to go. In later myths, especially influenced by Orphic and Pythagorean thought, Elysium took on a more moral shape. It was not just for the favoured, but for the virtuous. Souls could earn their way there by living pure, noble lives. And if they were reborn and lived virtuously again, 3 times total, they could escape the cycle entirely and reside forever in Elysium. 3 clean lives, and paradise was yours. One suspects very few made it, but those who did, their eternity was sweet. They wandered at leisure. They sang. They danced in slow, unhurried circles. The air was fragrant with blooming flowers. Food was never needed, but always available. Conversation came easily. Memory was sharp but softened. No regrets, only reflections. You might meet old friends here, or find yourself in the company of legends. Achilles now smiling, Orpheus playing gentle chords on his lyre, Penelope at last at peace, the Titans strangely absent. And there was no striving in Elysium, no contests, no ambitions. All desires were met, and in meeting them, quietly vanished. It was in many ways the opposite of life. Now the question arises, was it boring? Possibly, but perhaps that was the point. The Greeks didn't envision heaven as a place of endless reward, like a divine casino or a theme park. Elysium was pleasant because it was free from struggle, free from need. You didn't earn riches there. You didn't achieve glory. You simply were. Some modern thinkers have looked at this and felt a faint chill. Eternity, even blissful, is a long time to sit through. But for the Greeks, who lived in a world full of war, disease, and unpredictable gods, the thought of peace, of undisturbed, fragrant meadows, was paradise enough. It's worth remembering that the ancient world had few illusions about pleasure. Everything good in life was precarious. Crops failed, wars began, favour turned to wrath. Even the happiest man could find himself tomorrow the subject of a tragic chorus. So Elysium wasn't designed to thrill. It was designed to soothe. To be in Elysium was to rest, not just the body, but the soul. Of course, the route to Elysium varied by source. In Homer, entry seemed tied to divine favour. Menelaus, for instance, is told he will be taken to Elysium not because of virtue, but because he married Helen, daughter of Zeus. Family connections, it seems, counted for a great deal. Later, philosophers tried to clean this up. They imagined a system based on purity of thought, nobility of action. But even then, the idea remained selective. Elysium was not for the many. It was for the few. A celestial gated community, if you like. And that exclusivity gave it a kind of mythic glow. It wasn't just a place, it was an aspiration. A horizon one could only reach by transcending the ordinary, but it was not without its questions. What did one do in paradise? If all needs are met and all pleasures soft, how do you fill the centuries? Some imagined the blessed spending their days in philosophical conversation, others in quiet contemplation, still others simply walking through the fields, barefoot and untroubled. The idea of activity in Elysium was always subdued. No one worked, no one fought. The soul had no tasks. It was a place where striving ended, where nothing had to be done because everything had already been accomplished. It was, in this way, both beautiful and unsettling. The Greek heroes, many of whom spent their lives in battle, occasionally struggled with this vision. Achilles, remember, was not terribly impressed with the afterlife when Odysseus met him, and yet, in later myths, Achilles is sometimes said to dwell in Elysium after death. Perhaps even heroes change their minds about peace, given enough time, or perhaps the afterlife itself reshaped them. There's little mention of hierarchy in Elysium. No one seems to rule, aside from the occasional reference to Cronus or other elder gods. There are no gold thrones, no councils. Everyone, it seems, is equal in paradise, which may have been a quiet revolutionary idea. In life, Greek society was rigidly stratified: citizens, metics, slaves, women with limited rights. But in Elysium, all were alike, blessed and at rest. No status, no envy, just harmony. It's tempting to romanticize this, but it's also worth considering how foreign this must have felt to most Greeks. Their world was one of competition, of drama, of war and argument. The agora, the battlefield, the symposium. These were arenas of conflict and cleverness. And then suddenly, Elysium, still, sweet, eternal. No wonder some mystery cults promised more exciting outcomes. Ascension, enlightenment, reunion with the divine. Elysium, while lovely, asked the soul to let go, to stop wanting. A high price for some. And yet the idea endured. The Romans adopted it, renaming little, altering less. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas visits Elysium and finds it full of poets, priests and warriors. He sees Anchises, his father, and receives a vision of future Rome. The meadows are golden, the sky mild. All is bathed in soft light. Later, Christian thinkers would repurpose the imagery, transforming Elysium into a precursor to heaven, or drawing on its features when painting paradise. But the Greek version remained distinct, earthy, rooted, modest in its own divine way. It didn't promise eternal joy, only eternal ease. And for people who lived with the constant noise of fate and fortune, that may have been the highest reward imaginable. To enter Elysium was to be told, "You have done enough. You are enough. There is nothing more to prove." You would not be remembered as a shade. You would not wander among the asphodels, half forgotten. You would not roll stones uphill, or reach for unreachable fruit. You would simply be alive, in some truer sense, whole again, among the few, among the blessed. And so the fields of Elysium stretched out at the world's end. Not dazzling, not grand, but gentle, soft-edged. The music faint, but always playing. The breeze always warm. and the souls who lived there never hurried, never hungered, never hoped, because they no longer needed to. They had arrived. There is a saying, whispered by philosophers and poets alike, that even paradise becomes a prison if you stay too long. The Greeks understood this intuitively. They had seen the rise and fall of empires, watched as golden ages turned grey. Even their heroes, those grand, lion-hearted souls, eventually grew restless. And so, beyond the quiet serenity of Elysium, they imagined one final place, a reward above reward, an end to all endings. They called it the Isle of the Blessed, or sometimes simply the Isles. It was not part of the underworld proper. It lay elsewhere, across the sea, at the edge of the world, far from the gaze of Hades and his silent halls. A mythic archipelago floating in eternal spring, where the greatest souls were said to live forever in peace, far from sorrow, far from shadow. But even here, in this place of light and laughter, the Greeks placed a condition. You had to earn it. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. To reach the Isles of the Blessed, a soul had to live 3 virtuous lives, each judged worthy, each pure. Only then, after returning to life twice and succeeding again, could the soul escape the wheel entirely and rest forever. It was, in effect, the final level. Enlightenment, Greek style. This belief of multiple lives, of rebirth, and the slow purification of the soul is most associated with the Orphics and later with the Pythagoreans. They took what had long been a static vision of the afterlife and gave it motion, evolution, a chance at last to improve. No longer were you trapped in asphodel for eternity, wandering half forgotten among the pale blooms. No longer were you bound to Tartarus, endlessly pushing, spinning or spilling. Instead there was a path, winding, narrow and steep, but a path nonetheless, by which the soul might climb upward. It was an idea at once humbling and hopeful. Imagine for a moment that your current life is merely one of several, that before this you were someone else entirely, a farmer perhaps in an age of bronze, or a poet long since forgotten, and before that, a shepherd, a sailor, a soldier who fell in silence. Now imagine that each of those lives taught you something, that every kindness, every moment of restraint, every hard-won lesson followed you in some secret ledger, from life to life. That was the promise of reincarnation. Not punishment, not oblivion, but the slow shaping of the soul, like a river wearing down stone, or a potter smoothing clay. In time, if you were careful and wise, and admittedly a bit lucky, you might reach the Isles of the Blessed. And then, no more returns, no more births, just peace, real, final peace. The Greeks weren't entirely in agreement about how this worked. Some believed the judges of the dead oversaw reincarnation as well, assigning souls to new bodies as they saw fit. Others imagined that the soul itself chose its next life, though not always wisely. In Plato's Republic, for example, he tells the story of a soldier named who dies, visits the afterlife, and returns to life to tell the tale. In his vision, souls gather to choose their next lives from a selection of fates laid out before them. The clever choose carefully, having learned from past mistakes. The proud choose hastily and are punished. One tragic soul, having suffered in a past life, chooses to become a tyrant, not realizing what that entails. Even Orpheus, the great singer, chooses to return as a swan, wanting perhaps to escape human grief altogether. This idea, that we choose, and often choose poorly, feels rather modern, strangely self-aware. Still, the overall message remains clear. The soul travels, learns, tries again. And if it learns enough, if it grows in wisdom and virtue, it may be freed at last from the cycle and sent to the Isles of the Blessed. So, what did these isles look like? The poets were sparse with details, as if hesitant to define perfection too clearly. But what little they said was luminous. The weather, always perfect, the breeze, always sweet, the air, filled with music and gentle laughter. Souls there did not age, did not hunger. They lived among golden fields and crystal streams. Some myths suggest that trees bore fruit year-round, others that the very soil shimmered. But the true gift was not the scenery. It was the absence of fear. No sickness, no aging, no forgetting, no gods to please, no errands from Olympus. Just an endless light-filled now. Time in the Isles was not measured. There were no clocks, no seasons. Only the slow, golden passage of light, the rhythm of waves, the flight of birds that never tired. There were no duties, no ambition, no need to prove oneself. The soul had done that already, across 3 lives, judged and weighed, and judged again. Now, it could simply be. But as with all paradises, there's a subtle catch. To reach the Isles of the Blessed, one had to choose well. Live wisely. Remember who one truly was. And remembering, for the Greeks, was no small feat. Before each rebirth, most souls drank from the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. A draught of it would wash away all memory. A kindness, perhaps, for those returning to difficult lives. But the Orphics taught something different. They carried small tablets into their graves, inscribed with instructions for the soul. When the soul awoke in the underworld, it was to avoid the Lethe. Instead, it was to find the spring of mnemosyne, memory, and drink deeply. That memory would preserve the self through rebirth. Allow the soul to live wisely, to remember its purpose. These tablets have been found in tombs across the ancient Greek world, often written in poetic verse. Short lines, whispered across centuries. I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of heaven alone. They are quiet instructions from the living to the dead, reminders of identity, of destination. Because even in eternity, it seems, we need directions. The idea of rebirth also served a moral purpose. It gave weight to the soul's choices, not in the form of eternal punishment, but in the long arc of transformation. No deed was wasted, no kindness forgotten. You might not reach the Isles of the Blessed in this life, but perhaps in the next, or the next after that. One can imagine how comforting this would be. Life was often cruel, misfortune could strike the innocent, but the soul endured, and in enduring grew. Still, this vision of reincarnation never replaced the older, simpler views of the afterlife. Most Greeks continued to believe in a single death, a single judgment, and a single eternity. The asphodel fields remained full, but the idea of reincarnation lingered. It offered something different, not punishment or reward, but refinement, a slow cosmic education. And for the few who passed that test, the few who walked the hard road 3 times, the Isles awaited. Some myths say that those who reached the Isles became demigods, that they shimmered with light, their forms no longer human. Others suggest they simply sat beside still waters, speaking softly with old friends. Content, complete. It's difficult to say which is more appealing. One imagines a soul who has lived 3 good lives, who has laboured in the fields, healed the sick, sung songs to children, who has died bravely, forgiven easily and chosen rightly. That soul, at last, steps onto the shore of the Isles. The light is soft, the sky without cloud. A wind stirs the grass. No one asks for their name. No one weighs their deeds. There is no need. They have earned their rest. Somewhere nearby, music plays. Not loud, not insistent. Just enough. And the soul walks forward. Not to strive, not to remember, but to be. It is a strange and lovely vision, that even in a world of fickle gods and flawed men, there might be a place, quiet, luminous, unchanging, waiting for the few who learn, who try, who return better. The Greeks, for all their tragedies, believed that. They believed the soul could rise, not with wings, but with wisdom. And if it rose far enough, the Isles would be there, just beyond the horizon, waiting. Long before modern philosophers began scribbling furiously about consciousness and identity, the Greeks had already posed the question, what exactly survives after death? They didn't have MRI machines, but they had imagination, and myth, and questions. And from these, they gave us one of the most poetic, if quietly unsettling, answers in ancient literature. The soul, they said, becomes a shade, not a ghost, not a spirit with blazing eyes or swirling robes, not a glowing orb of light or a fluttering essence, just a shade, a dim echo, a shadow of the person who once was. In Greek, the word was eidolon, a likeness, or sometimes psyche, breath, life. But no matter the term, the soul after death was imagined as something that had shed its sharpness, like a blade dulled by time. The voice was fainter, the thoughts slower, the self less, and yet it persisted. This was the core truth of Greek belief, that after death something of you continued, but not the you who laughed at jokes or kissed your children goodnight, not the you who gardened or debated politics in the agora. What remained was more like the silhouette you cast in the evening, recognizable but without warmth. Homer's Odyssey offers one of the earliest and most vivid portrayals of this. When Odysseus descends into the underworld, he meets the souls of the dead. Not monsters, not judges, but people. His mother, Anticlea, his companions, warriors from Troy, even Achilles himself. But these aren't happy reunions. The shades speak in monotone. They forget themselves. They grope toward memories, like sleepers fumbling in the dark. Odysseus must offer blood, fresh, warm, living blood, for the shades to speak clearly, as if his life force temporarily rekindles their minds. And even then, it's brief. A sentence or two, a flicker. Then the fog closes in again. Achilles, who once strode across battlefields like a lion, tells Odysseus he'd rather be a living servant than king of the dead. There's no bitterness in his voice, just resignation. This was not hell. It was just shadow. The idea might sound grim, but it reflected something profoundly human. The awareness that time dulls memory, that who we are fades, that immortality, if it exists, is not golden and sharp-edged, but quiet and dim. And yet the Greeks did not see this as a punishment. It was simply the soul's natural state after death. The body decayed, the fire of life flickered out. What remained was a softer version, the eidolon. Some shades lingered near their graves, others wandered the asphodel fields. A few were condemned to Tartarus or elevated to Elysium. But all shared this strange, dreamlike quality, present but only just. The soul no longer needed to eat or sleep or breathe, but nor could it grow. It was, in essence, a memory frozen in time. This idea had a deep effect on Greek burial rituals. Families would leave offerings not because the soul would eat them, but to acknowledge its presence, to feed the memory, not the mouth. Honey cakes, wine, small coins, sprigs of rosemary, objects laid gently beside the dead, with the hope that something, some part of that shade, still noticed. And perhaps it did. There are stories, quiet, whispered ones, of shades returning, not as vengeful ghosts, but as mourners, visiting dreams, standing silently at the end of a bed, not to frighten but to remind. I was here, they seem to say. I was once alive. And sometimes that was enough. Still, the nature of the soul after death remained a subject of debate. Plato, always eager to complicate things, proposed that the soul was immortal and composed of three parts: the rational, the spirited, and the appetitive. After death, the soul left the body but retained its essential nature. It could grow, it could learn, it could eventually be reborn. In his dialogue, Phaedrus, Plato compares the soul to a chariot drawn by two horses, one noble, one unruly, driven by reason. Life, then, is the effort of steering the soul wisely. Death is not an end, but a checkpoint, a pause before another attempt. For Plato, the soul was not a shade, but something far more complex, a living essence tied to the divine. Its post-mortem existence was not just memory, but movement. But this was a philosopher's view. Most Greeks, especially those outside the schools of thought, stuck with the simpler image, the shade, the silent, semi-conscious self, wandering through eternity like a figure in a fog. Yet even that shade could be dangerous in the right conditions. Shades who died violently or without burial were said to wander near the world of the living. These were not malicious, at least not always, but they were restless, lost, drawn to warmth, to light, to memory. Some became lemias, a Roman word, but similar in Greek thought, spirits that haunted households until properly banished. Others were thought to linger near battlefields, drawn to the smell of blood and smoke. Festivals like Amphisteria gave these shades permission to visit the living world for a day or two. But after that, they had to return. The living would smear pitch on their doorways, say the ritual words, offer a final libation, "Begone, you who have had your share." It was all done respectfully. The Greeks feared their shades, but they also pitied them, because to be a shade was to exist without context, to remember only parts of yourself, to be and yet not be. One could speak to shades if one knew how. Necromancers, rare, strange figures, claimed to summon them, not for seances or parlour tricks, but for counsel. The Greeks called this Nikia, a ritual of summoning the dead, usually performed at night, always near the earth, with prayers and offerings. The shade, when it came, would not be dazzling. It would not roar. It would whisper, perhaps with a voice that no longer quite belonged to it, and once its answer was given, it would fade again, like a dream remembered in the morning, then lost by afternoon. The idea of the soul as a shade also appears in Greek visual art. On funeral vases, small winged figures, neither angels nor demons, flutter near the dead. They're not imposing. They look a bit like butterflies, or sighs. Elsewhere, souls are drawn as faint silhouettes, walking in file, their eyes downcast. No halo, no crown, just presence. In tragedy plays, the dead sometimes return to speak, but they do so carefully, with weight, as if each word costs something. These weren't horror stories. They were stories of memory, of the line between the living and the dead, and how thin that line could be. Still, not all shades were equal. Some retained more of themselves. Heroes especially. Figures like Heracles or Orpheus were said to remain vibrant even in death, though often this was the gods doing. A kind of afterlife upgrade. Others faded quickly. The more ordinary the life, the faster the soul dissolved into silence. Not out of cruelty, just entropy. And then there was the hope, slender, flickering, that the shade could become whole again, that through reincarnation or purification or divine intervention the soul might be restored, might remember itself fully, might live again. The Orphics taught that shades could escape their dimness, that by living wisely and remembering who they were, they could step beyond the cycle, leave behind the half-life of shadehood and join the divine. But for most, the journey ended in softness. Not in pain, not in fire, just in drifting. One can imagine it, faintly. A field of pale flowers, a grey sky, figures moving slowly without hurry. Occasionally one pauses, as if remembering something. A name, a song, then they move on. They are not sad, they are not angry, they are only distant. And somewhere far above, the world continues. Children grow. Fields are ploughed, stories are told, and the shades gently fade into myth. When one imagines the rulers of the dead, the mind tends to conjure certain images. Fiery thrones, grim faces, dramatic gestures, perhaps a lightning bolt thrown in for flair. But in the Greek imagination, the king and queen of the underworld were nothing like that. They were quieter. Hades and Persephone did not rule with fire or fury. They governed in silence. They presided, they observed, and above all, they remained. Unlike the Olympians, who meddled in mortal affairs with all the subtlety of a thunderstorm, Hades rarely left his realm. His presence wasn't required at battles or weddings. He didn't disguise himself as a swan or a shower of gold. He stayed where he belonged, beneath the earth, among the dead. He was not feared because he was cruel. He was feared because he was inevitable. The Greeks had no temples to Hades in the way they did for Zeus or Apollo. Few statues were erected. His name was rarely spoken aloud. Instead they called him euphemisms. The wealthy one, Pluton, a reference to the riches hidden underground. Gold, silver, and of course, the bones of the countless dead. It was not that Hades was unpopular. He was simply not to be bothered. He kept order in a place where no one else wanted to be. He watched over a kingdom of whispers, where justice had already been served and memory slowly faded. There were no rebellions in the underworld, no riots, no uprisings, just stillness, and he liked it that way. Persephone, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. Her story begins in sunlight. She was the daughter of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and spent her youth among flowers and fields. Her name, Persephone, has been interpreted in various ways. Bringer of death, she who destroys, or perhaps more simply, she who shines. Like many ancient names, it seemed to carry both light and shadow. One day, while picking flowers, the earth opened beneath her feet. Hades rose up in his chariot, dark, gleaming, pulled by black horses, and carried her away. The abduction of Persephone is one of the most famous myths in Greek lore, and yet it is less about romance or violence than it is about compromise, about seasons, about the necessary balance between life and death. When Demeter, the mother, discovered her daughter was missing, she was inconsolable. She wandered the earth, cloaked in grief, refusing to let anything grow. The crops withered, the fields turned brown. Famine crept across the world. Eventually the gods intervened. Zeus sent Hermes down to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's return, and Hades, ever calm, agreed, though not without a caveat. Before she left, he offered her a pomegranate, just a few seeds, not enough to be a meal, just a taste. And she ate. That taste bound her to the underworld. So a deal was struck, a compromise. For part of the year, Persephone would return to the surface, rejoin her mother, the flowers would bloom, the fields would thrive, and Demeter would smile. But for the rest of the year, Persephone would return to her husband, to her throne beneath the earth, to the silence. Thus were the seasons born, and thus the queen of the underworld came to sit beside its king. Now this was no fairy tale. Hades and Persephone were not a couple in the romantic sense. There were no moonlit strolls or sonnets read aloud. But nor was Persephone his prisoner. Not entirely. Over time, she became more than just the girl who was taken. She became a ruler in her own right. The Greeks imagined her as both gentle and stern. A goddess of flowers, yes, but also of endings. She presided over the dead with the same quiet dignity as her husband. She judged, she decided. In some versions, she alone chose who might return to life, if anyone. Her dual nature, both daughter of spring and queen of shadows, made her one of the most complex figures in the Greek pantheon. Worshippers approached her carefully, not with demands, but with offerings. Pomegranate seeds, black cloth, soft chants in the dark. She was in many ways the most human of the gods. She knew loss. She knew return. Together Hades and Persephone ruled not with spectacle, but with permanence. No throne rooms, no banquets, just order. The quiet turning of souls. And while Zeus thundered, Poseidon raged, and Athena schemed, the king and queen of the underworld remained. They didn't need to shout. They were the end of every story. Now, Hades himself has always been a subject of misunderstanding. He was not the devil. He didn't punish souls. That job fell to the Furies, or the judges, or to Tartarus itself. Hades was more like a landlord, firm, watchful, and ever-present. He was stern, but not malicious. Fair, but not soft. He kept the boundaries. No soul left without permission. No mortal entered without a cost. When heroes did descend into his realm, Orpheus, Heracles, Odysseus, they came with fear. Not because he would smite them, but because he might not let them leave. For Hades was not one to lose things. His realm was filled with gates and guards, the rivers Styx and Acheron, the three-headed dog Cerberus, who did not bark unless he had resin. The judges sat at the entrance, passing verdicts, but Hades watched from deeper within, silent, inscrutable. His kingdom did not run on whim. It ran on law, and yet he was not without feeling. In one myth, the mortal Sisyphus tricked Hades, binding him in chains so no one could die. For a time, the world fell into disarray. But when Hades was freed, he did not erupt in vengeance. He simply corrected the balance. Quietly, efficiently. That was his way. Even the dead, it seemed, required administration. Persephone too had her complexities. She was not just the daughter who ate the fruit. She became the guide for those who had lost their way. Some believed she led souls to their final rest. Others said she offered moments of grace, a memory restored, a pain eased. In Orphic mysteries, she was revered as a figure of transformation, one who had crossed boundaries and returned, a model for the soul's own journey from innocence through darkness into wisdom. She was not to be feared, but she was not to be ignored. Together, the two of them offered something rare in the Greek cosmos: stability. While the world above shifted, fought, and feasted, the underworld remained as it always was, unchanging. And in that stillness there was a kind of peace. They had no need for temples or fanfare. Their names were spoken quietly, in twilight tones. Offerings were buried, not displayed. Their worship was done in caves, in silence, in the soft rustle of leaves. And for the dead, for the countless souls who crossed the river, passed the judges, and entered the land of shadows, their presence was constant. Not warm, not cruel, just present. It's easy in modern times to overlook Hades and Persephone, to reduce them to symbols. He becomes the Grim Reaper. She becomes a flower, but the Greeks knew better. They understood the need for endings, for stillness, for cycles. Persephone was spring and winter, memory and forgetting. She held both seeds and shadows. Hades was the gate, the quiet watcher, the necessary end, and they ruled not with spectacle, but with restraint. No war horses, no lightning, just a throne carved from stone, a torch held low, a crown of iron and petals. And as each soul arrived, some weary, some confused, some stubborn, they were welcomed. Not with words, but with silence. Because by the time you meet Hades and Persephone, there's nothing left to say. You've done your part, lived your life, told your stories, and now you belong to the quiet. Not in fear, not in sorrow, but in certainty. Because no matter who you were, king or pauper, hero or coward, Hades and Persephone were waiting, not to punish, not to praise, but to receive. And somewhere, far beneath the olive groves and marble columns, beneath the market stalls and the columns of Delphi, beneath the cities and their bright distractions, there they sit, still, always, a king, a queen, a realm of shadow, and a silence that never ends. For all that the Greeks imagined about the afterlife, its gates and rivers, its judges, punishments and faded meadows, they never truly let go of the dead. Not entirely. Even after the soul had crossed the Styx, even after it had been judged and gently nudged toward Elysium or Asphodel, something of it remained in the world above. Not as a haunting, not as a wailing ghost draped in bed linens, but as the memory, a whisper in the wind, a name spoken under one's breath, the soft clink of a cup raised in toast to someone who couldn't drink anymore. In the Greek world, death was not the end of a relationship. It was a change of terms. The presence of the dead lingered not just in stories, but in daily life, in ritual, in duty, in love. To forget the dead was a kind of second death, worse in some ways than the first. So the Greeks remembered, carefully, regularly, and sometimes with more than a little superstition. When a person died, the work of remembrance began immediately. The body was washed and anointed by the women of the household, sisters, daughters, wives. It was not simply a task of hygiene, but of care. The dead were laid out with dignity. Coins were placed on the eyes or in the mouth. Payment for Charon, the silent ferryman, who did not accept credit. The prothesis, or laying out, took place in the home. Friends and family gathered. There were tears, loud, public tears. Women beat their breasts, tore their hair. This wasn't excessive, it was expected. To mourn quietly was to risk being seen as cold or ungrateful. And when the funeral procession, the ekphora, wound its way through the streets, it did so at dawn. Not for drama, but for symbolism. A soul had left, and the city had to acknowledge it before the sun fully rose. The burial itself took place outside the city walls, not because the dead were unclean, but because they belonged to a different space now. The tombs faced the road so that passers-by could read the names, see the images carved into stone, and, perhaps if they were kind, pause. Many tombstones bore inscriptions, not long speeches, but short, poignant phrases. I was like you. Soon you will be like me. Stranger, do not hurry past my grave. Some were more poetic. Some tried humour. Others simply named the dead, stated their age, and left the rest to memory. But burying someone was only the beginning. The Greeks had no illusions about what came next. The soul, they believed, entered the underworld. But the relationship between that soul and the living continued. The dead still mattered. They still needed things. And the living, in turn, still needed them. Every year, on the anniversary of death, the family returned to the grave. Libations were poured, water, oil, honey, wine. Offerings of barley cakes or fruit were left on the stone, not because the dead would literally consume them, but because it was polite. And politeness, even in death, was important. You didn't want your grandfather's shade thinking you'd forgotten his birthday. There were also formal festivals for the dead. The most famous was Anthesteria, a 3-day festival held in Athens. It began as a celebration of new wine, but like many things in Greek religion, it took on layers. On the final day, called Kaitroi, the Day of Pots, the dead were said to walk among the living, not in a ghostly invasion, but in a kind of truce. The boundaries loosened. Shades drifted through the city. Doors were smeared with pitch to ward off unwanted visitors. Offerings were left out, boiled grains, vegetables, no meat. And when the day ended, a ritual phrase was spoken aloud. Out with you, Keres, the festival is over. The Keres were death spirits, but in this context it simply meant, you may visit, but you must now return. It was all done calmly, no panic, just respect. The dead were not monsters, but they were not to be taken lightly either. In addition to public festivals, families held private rites. These were quiet affairs, done in the home or at the tomb. A few words spoken, a bit of incense, a name recalled. This, more than anything, was the great work of mourning in ancient Greece, remembering the name. To be named was to be anchored. To be forgotten was to drift. In Homer's Iliad, when Achilles mourns Patroclus, he does more than weep. He holds games in his honour. He speaks his name. He makes sure the world remembers. Because to die nameless was unthinkable. In war, this fear was heightened. Soldiers might be burned beyond recognition, buried in haste. So the poets remembered for them, reciting names in long, rhythmic lists, each one like a drumbeat. In Athens, fallen soldiers had their names inscribed on stone tablets, stelae, so they could never be lost. Memory for the Greeks was not just sentimental, it was spiritual. It had power. It held the soul in place, which is why they were so wary of improper burials. A soul without proper rites might become restless. It might linger too long in the world of the living. It might bring illness, bad luck, or worse, unease. These were not ghosts in the horror movie sense. They didn't shriek or levitate furniture, but they whispered, they hovered, they visited in dreams. Sometimes a person might wake up certain they had been touched by someone who was no longer alive. In such cases, a ritual cleansing might be performed, or another offering made, just to be safe. You see, the Greeks did not fear death itself, but they feared forgetting and being forgotten. The two were not the same. Even philosophers, with their grand theories of the immortal soul and the nature of being, understood the emotional weight of remembrance. Socrates, before his death, reminded his friends to offer a rooster to Asclepius, the god of healing. A small, strange request, but one rooted in ritual, in duty, in memory. Even in dying, he remembered. In Orphic traditions, remembrance became even more important. The soul, they believed, could escape the cycle of rebirth only if it remembered who it truly was. So they buried the dead with tiny tablets, thin sheets of gold, inscribed with instructions. Do not drink from the river of Lethe. Drink instead from Mnemosyne, the river of memory. These tablets have been found in tombs across the Mediterranean. Quiet messages from the living to the dead. Guides for the journey. Because even after death, one might forget oneself. And if you forgot who you were, well, how could you become anything else? Memory, then, was more than nostalgia. It was survival. This belief shaped Greek architecture too. Tombs were not just holes in the ground. They were carefully constructed. Many had small altars built in, so that offerings could be left properly. Some had carved benches, so family members could sit, speak, and stay a while. You didn't just visit the dead, you spent time with them. A father might bring his child to sit beside the tomb of a grandparent. He might say, "This is your great-uncle." He was a sailor. He once sailed all the way to Egypt. And just like that, the dead lived again, if only for a moment. Even in daily life, the dead hovered at the edges. Household shrines often included images of ancestors. Not elaborate portraits, just symbols. A small clay figure. A stone etched with a name. The dead were not banished to cemeteries. They were part of the home. You greeted them in the morning. You included them in your prayers. You acknowledged them when you walked past their stone. And in doing so, you reminded yourself of your place in the great cycle. Because one day you too would join them, and you would hope that someone, anyone, would remember your name. Say it softly. Pour a little wine. Lay a garland on your grave. Not for reward, not for fear, but because that's what the living owe the dead, and what the dead, in their quiet way, give back in return. A sense that we are part of something, that we do not disappear, that we linger, if not in shadow, then in thought, in a name written on stone, in a story passed down, in a whisper. Imagine, if you will, that death in ancient Greece was less about harps and halos, and more about paperwork and a very long walk. Welcome to the underworld. Not quite hell, not quite heaven, and certainly not the place you stumbled into uninvited. This was no vague afterlife, but a fully formed terrain, complete with rivers, gates, judges, and the sort of ambience that would make even the most persistent travel agent hesitate. The Greeks didn't imagine the afterlife as something celestial. Floating upward was more of a later innovation. No, to the ancient Greek, death was a descent. The underworld, or Hades, was believed to lie beneath the earth, a vast echoing domain where the dead, regardless of virtue or vice, ended up. There were exceptions, of course. We'll get to those who earned upgrades or demotions later. But the standard model was simple. When you die, you go down. This idea of downward is worth noting. In Greek cosmology, the universe was a tiered thing. Olympus sat high atop Mount Olympus, the mortal world spread in the middle, and beneath it all, the underworld waited like a shadow. It wasn't a place of torment per se, at least not for most, but it was no one's idea of a retirement plan either. The name Hades referred both to the realm and to its king, an occasionally confusing naming convention, like calling your flat Philip, and then inviting Philip round for tea. The realm of Hades, though, was vast and complex. To map it is to understand the Greeks' deepest fears, beliefs, and, on occasion, grim sense of humour. The journey to Hades began with death, naturally. Hermes, ever the multi-talented god, served as psychopomp, a role that sounds like a Victorian insult, but actually means soul guide. It was Hermes who gently ushered the newly dead from the world of the living to the threshold of the underworld. And here, at the gates, stood the 5 rivers, the first and perhaps most poetic boundaries of the land of the dead. Each river in the underworld had a purpose and a personality, and none of them particularly friendly. Acheron, the river of woe, was the main entrance, a sorrowful torrent that the souls of the dead had to cross. It wasn't exactly inviting. Think more eternal sighing than babbling brook. Styx, the most famous of the 5, was the river of hatred. It wound its way through the underworld, forming a sort of ghostly moat around the palace of Hades himself. The gods, interestingly, swore their most sacred oaths by Styx. If one broke such an oath, they were forced to lie breathless for a year. The Greeks took promises and rivers very seriously. Phlegethon, the river of fire, flowed like molten lava through Tartarus, the realm's bleakest depths. Not a river to picnic beside, unless you like your olives flambé. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, echoed with the cries of the damned. It had an excellent echo, which presumably made things worse. And then there was Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, offering a forgetfulness so complete that even sorrow vanished. A sip, and you'd forget your life, yourself, and your past. Later mystery religions, like those of the Orphics, encouraged drinking from Mnemosyne, the river of memory, instead. Assuming you could find it, of course. These rivers weren't meant to be navigated. They were metaphysical boundaries, symbolizing emotions and transitions of the soul. They formed a kind of topographical poetry. A soul passed from grief to hatred, from fire to forgetfulness, on the journey to its final rest. To cross the Acheron, one required the services of Charon, a dour old man who piloted the ferry of the dead. Charon did not work for free. He expected payment in the form of an obol, a small coin traditionally placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased during burial. Those without payment were left stranded, wandering the riverbank for eternity, like unfortunate backpackers who forgot to book accommodation. This tradition gave rise to one of the most enduring funeral customs in ancient Greece. Coins in the mouth were not merely symbolic, they were logistical. One didn't want to risk ending up stuck beside Charon with nothing but regret and a dry mouth. Once across the river, a soul would pass by Cerberus, the fearsome 3-headed dog who guarded the gates. Unlike modern dogs, Cerberus was not interested in belly rubs. His job was to keep souls in, not out. He was, in effect, the underworld's answer to airport security, though far less likely to misplace your luggage. Cerberus rarely caused trouble, except when Heracles dragged him out during one of his labours, and when Orpheus lulled him to sleep with music. That's the sort of workplace chaos even Hades didn't enjoy. A bit like having a dragon as a receptionist and finding him humming to a lyre. Once past the gate, souls were sorted, not by a divine receptionist with a clipboard, but by 3 judges: Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. They were former mortal kings, now given posthumous promotions to arbiters of eternal destiny. From there, souls went to one of 3 places. Asphodel Meadows was the most common destination. Souls here wandered in a grey, twilight world, stripped of memory and identity. It wasn't punishment, just boring. The Greek version of eternal mediocrity. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was a paradise for heroes and the especially righteous. This was the Greek reward for a life well lived. Green fields, music, and an absence of paperwork. Some believed Elysium even had its own special reincarnation cycle. The Isles of the Blessed for those who lived 3 consecutive virtuous lives. And then there was Tartarus, a prison for the wicked and rebellious. Notably, it also held divine enemies like the Titans, along with famous mythological wrongdoers. More on them later. They're quite the rogues gallery. Later philosophers, especially the Orphics and Pythagoreans, would complicate this map. They introduced ideas of reincarnation, transmigration, and the soul's journey through many lives. But the standard map remained etched in the Greek imagination. A journey downwards, a ferry ride, a judgment, and an eternity, somewhere. The Greeks, being delightfully imaginative, located several earthly entrances to the underworld. Among the most famous was Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, a cave by the sea said to be an actual doorway to Hades. Another was Lake Avernus in Italy, adopted by the Romans but inherited from Greek tradition. Poets and pilgrims alike treated these sites with reverence, or at least with caution. One didn't go spelunking near a gate to the afterlife. Not without Hermes on speed dial. The Greeks believed the soul, or psyche, departed the body at death, often imagined as a small winged figure. Not an angel, mind you, just a ghost with accessories. This psyche then journeyed downward through all the stages we've mentioned. Interestingly, the soul in Greek tradition wasn't necessarily immortal in a celebratory sense. It lingered, it remembered, sometimes. But it was diminished. This was not a resurrection faith. The afterlife was a shadow of life, not a glorious continuation of it. To understand the underworld is to understand Greek morality. Life was lived under the constant shadow of death, and the afterlife wasn't a reward or punishment system so much as a mirror, reflecting your deeds, but dimly. Only the truly great, the dazzlingly virtuous or heroic, made it to Elysium. Most wandered Asphodel. The worst went to Tartarus. And the rest? Well, that depended on the ferry fare. So here we are, standing on the bank of the Acheron, coin in hand, a dog with too many heads watching us shuffle nervously toward the ferry. It is a strange thing, this underworld. Grim, yes, but orderly. Logical even. A place where death is not the end, but the beginning of bureaucracy. And for the ancient Greeks, it was precisely this structure, this detailed, mapped and river-crossed realm, that brought meaning to the unknown. The underworld was not chaos, it was navigation. And in that map, they found comfort. Next, we'll meet its rulers, the quiet king, Hades, and the unwilling queen, Persephone. But for now, keep your obol safe and don't pet the dog. When one pictures royalty, certain images come to mind. Golden thrones, courtiers fawning, banquet halls echoing with laughter, The underworld's rulers, however, are a rather different sort. Hades and Persephone do not throw feasts. They don't pose for coins. They reign quietly, more like librarians than monarchs. But make no mistake, theirs is a formidable kingdom, not of conquest, but of permanence. Let's begin with Hades himself, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea. Yes, eldest, though often overshadowed by his more flamboyant brothers. Zeus got the skies, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades drew the short end, or depending on how you see it, the deepest one. He was given dominion over the land of the dead, which in ancient Greek cosmology was less of a punishment and more of a cosmic necessity. Someone had to tend the graveyard of the world. Contrary to popular interpretation, Hades wasn't evil. He was stern, yes, unforgiving, certainly, but not malevolent. He ruled with order, not cruelty. In fact, the Greeks didn't even like to say his name aloud, not because they feared him as wicked, but because they respected his solemn distance. Euphemisms were preferred. Pluton, meaning wealthy one, was a common choice. It's a clever nod to the riches of the earth, gold, silver, and the dead, all found beneath the soil. His appearance in myths is rare, and when he does emerge, he's not tossing thunderbolts or turning into animals. He appears when duty calls, when lines are crossed, or when a bride must be taken. Ah yes, Persephone. Her story, like so much in Greek mythology, is layered. On the surface, it is a tale of abduction. Hades, stricken by love, or something close to it, bursts forth from the earth, seizes Persephone as she gathers flowers, and vanishes with her into the shadows. One moment she's picking narcissus in a sunlit field, the next she's hurtling into the abyss. Naturally, her mother, the goddess Demeter, is displeased. When a goddess of agriculture is upset, she doesn't send letters. She simply stops growing things. Crops failed. The earth withered. Humanity, caught in the divine domestic quarrel, began to starve. Eventually, a compromise was brokered. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother, and part with her new husband. This seasonal arrangement became mythological shorthand for the changing of the seasons. When Persephone rises, spring returns. When she descends, the earth sleeps. But this tidy cycle masks the more disturbing undercurrents. The pomegranate, the fruit Persephone eats in the underworld, is more than a snack. By consuming it, she is bound to the realm of the dead. Some versions say she was tricked, others that she accepted the seeds willingly. Either way, the symbolism is rich. To eat of the underworld is to belong to it. The fruit is both wedding ring and chain. Now, as Queen of the Dead, Persephone becomes a dual figure, both maiden and matron, life and death. She is not merely Hades' wife. She is a sovereign in her own right, and her presence in the underworld changes it. She brings a certain grace, a balance. Where Hades governs with rules, Persephone governs with meaning. She is the mourner's comfort, the priestess's prayer, the spring within the soil. Their relationship, though born of force, evolves. Later myths portray a far more complicated, even tender, bond. Persephone is no prisoner sulking in shadows. She becomes the judge of souls, the enforcer of curses, the veiled queen before whom even the dead lower their eyes, and Hades, he is fiercely loyal. Unlike most Olympian gods, he has no dalliances, no swan-related scandals. His affection, however oddly acquired, is singular. The story of Hades and Persephone became the spiritual core of the Eleusinian mysteries, one of ancient Greece's most sacred religious rites. Held annually in the town of Eleusis, the mysteries promised initiates a deeper understanding of death and the hope, however dim, of something beyond it. The exact rituals remain, well, mysterious. The Greeks were excellent at keeping secrets when properly terrified, but we do know that the story of Demeter and Persephone lay at the heart of it, and that participants came away changed. Not immortal, but comforted. It was, perhaps, the first afterlife assurance plan. There's something else curious about Hades' kingdom. It is not a place of chaos, but of categories. And no category was more serious than burial. To die without it was to be condemned to wander, unable to enter the gates, unable to be judged, unable to forget. The importance of a proper burial cannot be overstated. Even criminals were sometimes afforded rites, if only to avoid haunting. The soul, left unburied, became restless, angry, sticky, one might say in terms of haunting potential. This belief gave rise to entire myths. Antigone defying the law to bury her brother, Odysseus pouring libations to summon the dead, even Achilles dragging Hector's body around Troy, not just as insult, but to deny him peace. The dead had rights and the living had duties. It was a delicate ecosystem of remembrance. And yet, despite all the gravity, the underworld was not without its bureaucracy. The judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, presided over souls like a celestial tribunal. They were not Olympian gods, but mortals rewarded with posthumous promotions. Minos, in particular, was viewed as the chief judge. A former king of Crete, now sorting shades like a mythical civil servant. Their judgments were based on life's deeds, though the criteria were flexible. Heroism helped. So did piety. Excessive hubris, on the other hand, tended to result in more unpleasant accommodations. Still, most people didn't land in Tartarus. That was reserved for the worst offenders, oath breakers, kinslayers, and those who really annoyed the gods. The rest, as we've said, shuffled quietly off to the asphodel meadows, where they wandered like half-remembered dreams. But it is in Hades and Persephone's duality that we glimpse something timeless. They are not light and dark, but stillness and return. Hades is the final silence. Persephone, the whisper that breaks it. He holds the keys. She walks between worlds. Their reign is not built on thunder or glory, but inevitability. And in Greek thought, there is something sacred about inevitability. The underworld was not feared because it was monstrous. It was feared because it was permanent. It was fair, unyielding. Even the gods bowed to its rules. When Sarpedon, the son of Zeus, died on the battlefield, not even his divine parent could intervene. His body was carried off. His soul dispatched, quietly, irrevocably, to Hades. Fate did not bend, not even for Olympus. And here, perhaps, lies the true power of the underworld's rulers. Not in their wealth or their throne, but in their restraint. Hades never rebels. Persephone never abandons her post. They do not flaunt, they do not conquer. They endure. In a pantheon filled with drama, they remain silent and eternal. It's rather elegant in its own way. Most gods demand attention. Hades and Persephone ask only to be remembered. So the next time you hear the rustle of wind through dry leaves, or feel the hush of winter settling over the earth, you might think of them, the quiet king and the queen who returns. They are not here to punish. They are here to remind that everything ends, that everything returns. And somewhere in the dark beneath the earth, they are waiting, not with malice, but with certainty. Now, let us leave their shadowed court behind. For in our next descent, we'll meet the judges of the dead themselves, and explore how morality, memory, and myth intertwine in the soul's final trial. Just be sure to bring your best defence. If you thought death in ancient Greece meant a simple fade to black, think again. The Greeks had a deep fondness for formality, and the afterlife was no exception. Once you'd been ferried across the river, nodded politely at the three-headed dog, and stepped into the shadowed halls of Hades, there was one final obstacle to overcome: judgment. Because even in death there's paperwork. Welcome then to the tribunal of the dead, presided over not by gods, but by three rather serious-looking mortals who had earned, through various deeds in life, the eternal privilege of sorting souls like celestial customs officers. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Collectively, they judged every soul that entered the underworld. Individually, well, they each brought their own flavour to the court. Let's begin with Minos, former king of Crete, builder of labyrinths, wrangler of minotaurs. The myths describe him as wise, fair, and occasionally terrifying. In life, he was something of a mixed bag, prone to wrath, but fond of justice. In death, he was promoted to the highest bench, chief judge, robed in dignity, always frowning. He wasn't alone, of course. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was renowned for his unwavering honesty and incorruptible nature, qualities that, then as now, often made someone utterly exhausting at parties. He was assigned the souls of Easterners, Greeks from Asia Minor and the islands, and is said to have judged with a kind of moral purity that brooked no excuses. If you were a trickster, or even vaguely smug, Rhadamanthus likely sent you packing. And then there was Aeacus, ruler of the island of Aegina in life, and in death, the judge of those from the Western world, especially mainland Greeks. Aeacus had a rather impressive resume, even by mythological standards. He'd helped build the walls of Troy with Poseidon and Apollo, and was famed for his piety. Not a man to cross lightly. The idea of three judges comes not just from myth, but from the Greeks' own legal culture. The city-states of Greece often used citizen juries to determine guilt, and the notion that the dead too would be weighed and questioned was entirely in keeping with the social order. Death, it seems, was simply another court date. Only this one was final. Of course, there was no cross-examination, no witty lawyers in togas. Your life was your testimony. Your deeds, your defence. What counted as virtue? The Greeks had opinions. Civic duty, honour in battle, respect for the gods, hospitality, generosity, and an avoidance of hubris, that ever-present sin of overstepping one's mortal place. The punishment for hubris, you'll recall, was rarely a slap on the wrist. It was usually more creative. Eternal hunger, unreachable water, rolling a boulder forever. In many cases, the worst offenders were sent to Tartarus, a kind of maximum security wing for moral degenerates. But for most, the process was less theatrical. The average soul, upon arrival, would be judged and sent to one of three places: Asphodel for the neither here nor there crowd, Elysium for the righteous, Tartarus for the truly wicked. It was not a precise theology. The Greeks were more poetic than prescriptive. But it worked. People behaved better when they believed someone was keeping score, even posthumously. Interestingly, the process wasn't just moral. Memory played a role. In Orphic belief, those mystery cults that sprung up in later centuries, the soul's memory was a key component of judgment. The Orphics taught that most people drank from Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and wandered asphodel in dreamy amnesia. But the wise drank instead from Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They remembered who they were, what they had done, and, crucially, how to escape the cycle. For the Orphics believed in reincarnation, not eternal rest, but repeated trials. The soul, if it failed to achieve purity, would be reborn again and again, a cosmic loop of mortality until it finally earned release. The judges in this system were not simply clocks. They were gatekeepers to higher truths. Your judgment might determine not where you rested, but where you started next. This idea likely had Eastern influences. India and Persia had long traditions of cyclical rebirth, but it blended neatly with Greek notions of fate, character, and consequence, and it raised the stakes. Death was not the end. It was a checkpoint. Let's turn for a moment to a few notable defendants. First, Sisyphus, king, trickster, and possibly the most annoying man in mythology. He cheated death twice, mocked the gods, tied up Thanatos, the personification of death itself. When he finally died properly, the judges did not bother with subtlety. He was sentenced to push a boulder uphill for eternity, a task so famously pointless that it's now a metaphor for modern email. Then there's Tantalus, who thought it would be clever to serve his own son at a banquet for the gods. Unsurprisingly, this did not go over well. His punishment? To stand in a pool of water beneath a tree of fruit, both forever just out of reach. Hunger and thirst without end, despite being surrounded by abundance. A sort of divine irony. The judges were fond of those. Ixion, meanwhile, tried to seduce Hera. Not a bright idea. Zeus bound him to a flaming spinning wheel for eternity. Again, the punishment fits the crime. Desire unfulfilled, motion without progress. These examples weren't just stories for entertainment. They were moral instruction. The Greeks used myth to teach what not to do, especially when dealing with family, hospitality, or divine beings with trust issues. Now, one might ask, how fair were the judges? Did they ever make mistakes? Did they quarrel? The myths are oddly silent on this. Perhaps because the Greeks, for all their skepticism, wanted the underworld to feel consistent. Life was chaotic enough. Let death be orderly. It's worth noting that this entire system, rivers, judges, punishments, was not universal across all of Greece. Local beliefs varied. The Homeric vision of the afterlife, for example, was bleaker. In the Odyssey, the dead are little more than shadows. Even mighty Achilles says he'd rather be a poor farmer alive than a dead king. The later, more structured version of the underworld, with judges and options, reflects a cultural shift toward hope, or at the very least, structure. Philosophers played a role in this evolution. Plato, in particular, loved the idea of posthumous judgment. In his dialogue, Phaedo, Socrates waxes lyrical about the soul's journey. In the Republic, we find the myth of Air, a soldier who dies, sees the workings of the afterlife, and returns to tell the tale. In Air's vision, souls choose their next lives based on their past deeds. It's a mix of free will and consequence, laced with poetic justice. Plato's point is clear. How you live matters. Not because a god is watching, but because reality itself keeps score. That idea that there is an order to the universe and that death is not the end but the audit, and stuck. It influenced not only later Greek thought, but Roman religion, early Christian eschatology, and even Renaissance notions of cosmic justice. So what does it all mean? That the Greeks, even in death, sought meaning. They didn't need fire and brimstone, they had form and function. The underworld was not a nightmare, it was a reflection. You saw yourself there, stripped of status, excuse, and ornament. The judges in this view weren't tyrants. They were mirrors, fair, firm, and eternal. And perhaps that's why the Greek underworld endures. It wasn't a place of horror, but of memory, of consequence. A reminder that every choice, every action, ripples beyond the grave. Of course, if that all sounds a bit too serious, you could always be buried with a second coin, just in case you want to appeal the verdict. Now then, shall we continue our descent? We've met the rulers. We've stood before the judges. In the next chapter, we take to the waters, the 5 rivers of the underworld, each more poetic and unpleasant than the last. Bring sturdy boots and maybe a towel. The Greeks, being who they were, never let a good story get in the way of a practical detail, even in death. And so, when they imagined the underworld, they didn't picture a vague, empty abyss. They envisioned a terrain, a map, a landscape with rivers. 5 of them, to be precise. Each one a symbol, each one a passage. No mere trickling brooks, these. They were the arteries of death itself. Let's begin with the most infamous of them all, Styx. The name alone has a certain weight, harsh, unforgiving, like something you'd name a particularly ill-tempered goat. But in Greek mythology, Styx was the river of hatred, the black current that encircled the underworld 7 times over. It wasn't just a river you crossed, it was one you swore upon. Even the gods feared it. Zeus himself honoured oaths made by the Styx. If a god lied while invoking her name, they weren't simply frowned at. No, they were cast into a year-long coma, followed by 9 years of exile from Olympus. That's nearly a decade of divine silence, which for someone like Hermes must have been agony. The goddess Styx, yes, she was a deity as well as a river, was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, and the first to side with Zeus in the great war against the Titans. In gratitude, he granted her river the highest honour, the foundation of truth. All oaths sworn upon it were binding. Mortals had the fates. Gods had the Styx. Now if Styx is the river of hatred, then Acheron is the river of sorrow. Its name means woe or pain, and it served as the main crossing point into the underworld. This was the river that the newly dead approached first. At its banks waited Charon, the ever-grumpy ferryman, demanding his coin, an obol tucked beneath the tongue or placed on the eyes during burial. A small price for passage into eternity. Acheron was a river in both myth and, amusingly, geography. There is an actual Acheron River in northwestern Greece, and ancient people believed it to be a literal entrance to the underworld. You can visit it today, though no one recommends trying to pay the ferryman. Philosophically, Acheron represents the grief of death itself. The crossing is not merely physical, it's emotional. You leave behind the world, your family, your name. The water is not for cleansing, it's for severing. And then we come to Phlegethon, the river of fire. Not metaphorical fire, mind you. Flaming torrents, blazing, ever-burning streams that snake through the most dismal part of the underworld, Tartarus. If you've ever had a holiday go wrong involving lava, you're already familiar with the general vibe. Phlegethon was, quite literally, hellfire. It didn't just burn, it scorched the very concept of hope. Virgil in the Aeneid described its red-hot flood as hissing and moaning like boiling blood. Charming. In some versions of myth, it even joined the Styx, hatred and fire mingling together, which sounds rather like a family reunion in certain households. In later thought, especially Roman and Christian interpretations, Phlegethon became associated with punishment, a precursor to the lakes of fire in more familiar models of hell. But in the Greek world, it was less about sin and more about the presence of divine judgment. You didn't fall into Phlegethon because you were naughty. You fell in because the gods had lost patience with you. Cocytus, by contrast, was the river of wailing, a slow, mournful stream that twisted its way through the more desolate reaches of Hades. It was fed, so the poets said, by the tears of the damned, though one suspects that's more poetic metaphor than hydrological science. Still, it served a clear function. It reminded the soul of what it had lost. If Acheron is the grief of leaving life, Cocytus is the grief of what you've done with it. Some sources place Cocytus in the outer reaches of the underworld, where the souls of those who refused proper burial or died in disgrace drifted in endless lamentation, forgotten, unclaimed. Even the name is unpleasant. Cocytus. It sticks in the throat like a sob. Fitting, really. And now we come to Lethe, perhaps the most beguiling river of all, the river of forgetfulness. To drink from Lethe was to forget everything. Your name, your life, your choices, your shame. It was the great eraser, the final mercy, or the final theft, depending on how one viewed it. In most traditions, all souls drank from Lethe before entering the Asphodel meadows. It dulled the senses, softened the blow, and reduced the sting of death to a dreamlike haze. You wandered as a shadow, unaware that you had ever been anything else. But the Orphics, those mysterious sectarians who viewed life as a trap and death as a test, had a different view. They warned against drinking from Lethe. They taught their initiates to seek out Mnemosyne, the river of memory, instead. They buried their dead with tiny tablets engraved with instructions. Do not drink from Lethe. Drink from the pool of Mnemosyne. Remember who you are. Escape the cycle. Wake up. This alternative cosmology reveals a striking tension in Greek thought. Is forgetting a kindness or a curse? Is memory the path to salvation, or a burden we are lucky to lose? The mainstream myths suggest that peace lies in forgetting. The Orphics suggest that peace lies in remembering. Either way, the soul must choose, or be chosen. These 5 rivers weren't just scenic backdrops. They were psychological states. Sorrow, rage, forgetfulness, fire and lament. Together they formed a symbolic journey, one that mirrored the stages of mourning, or perhaps the steps of spiritual transformation. You did not simply die. You crossed rivers. You passed through sorrow. You forgot. You burned. You wept. Only then did you arrive. It's worth remembering that the underworld, for all its drama, was less about punishment than transition. These rivers weren't obstacles. They were elements of change. Death was not a door. It was a river delta. Every path split and flowed and rejoined in mysterious ways. In art and literature, the rivers appear frequently. In the Odyssey, Odysseus must summon the dead near the Acheron. In Plato's Phaedo, Socrates describes the great chasms of the earth into which these rivers fall. In Roman epic, the influence persists. Aeneas must navigate these same waters, guided by the Sibyl in his journey through the underworld. Even Dante, in his Inferno, borrowed the names, though he twisted their meanings to fit a new theological framework. Phlegethon becomes a boiling river of blood for murderers. Cocytus is a frozen lake of treachery. The Greek subtlety is gone, replaced by moral bookkeeping. But the names endure, and so too do the metaphors. We still speak of crossing rivers, of burning bridges, of drinking to forget. These ancient currents flow into our language, our imagination, our dreams. The Greeks didn't just map the afterlife. They mapped the inner life with rivers that reflected the soul's passage more accurately than any chart or compass. Today, one might be tempted to dismiss these as quaint fables, dusty footnotes in a forgotten religion. But think of how we still talk about loss. Grief comes in waves. Memory flows, sorrow pools, fire consumes. The metaphors have never left us. The rivers are still there. So when your own days feel like wandering between banks, when you wade through sadness, or forget your purpose, or burn with regret, you are, in a sense, walking old paths. You are retracing ancient watercourses. You are remembering what the Greeks already knew, that death is not a moment. It is a journey. And the soul, like a leaf on the current, drifts slowly into something deeper. And in the next chapter, we'll meet the ferryman who starts it all. Charon, keeper of the crossing. Just don't forget your coin. He's terribly fussy about that. By now, you've died. You've descended. You've passed judgment. You've crossed, at least metaphorically, a number of troubling rivers. And just before you truly enter the realm of the dead, there's one more figure standing between you and the next stage of your existence. He doesn't smile. He doesn't ask how your journey was. He's not even particularly chatty. This is Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, the man with the boat, and the world's most stubborn coin policy. Charon, whose name means something between fierce brightness and keen gaze, depending on how poetic your ancient Greek is one of the most iconic figures of the underworld. And rightly so. He's the first employee you meet. Less a greeter, more a gatekeeper, and absolutely allergic to small talk. His job is simple. Ferry the newly dead across the river Acheron, or in some versions the Styx, and deposit them on the shores of Hades' kingdom. It sounds mundane until you realise he's been doing this job without a single day off since the dawn of human death. No wonder he's cranky. But before we get too deep into his performance review, let's talk logistics. In order to gain passage on Charon's boat, you need to have been buried properly, which in ancient Greek terms meant more than just digging a hole. The dead had to be prepared with rites, prayers, and most importantly, a coin. An obol, a small silver or bronze piece placed under the tongue or on the eyes. This wasn't symbolic, this was fair. And Charon, for all his glowering silence, did not run a charity. Without payment, the soul was denied boarding. No exceptions. You'd be forced to wait indefinitely on the shores. A ghostly backlog of unpaid passengers. In Homer's Odyssey, such souls wander, forgotten and unclaimed, murmuring like wind through reeds. Not punished exactly, just stuck. Which, arguably, is worse. This is why, across the Greek world, burial customs were taken so seriously. To die without one was a kind of spiritual homelessness. Even enemies were sometimes buried out of sheer fear of divine retaliation. Leaving a corpse unburied was not just an insult, it was a curse. It invited hauntings, plagues, and all manner of civic inconvenience. The dead were expected to behave, but only if the living did their part first. Charon, then, became more than just a mythological boatman. He was a symbol of transition and of obligation. He stood for the idea that death had terms, and if those terms weren't met, the dead suffered a slow, bureaucratic purgatory, not because they were evil, simply because they weren't processed. Now, visually speaking, Charon evolved quite a bit. In early Greek vase paintings, he's a ragged old man with a hood, a heavy beard, and a long pole. Practical, unsentimental. The kind of fellow who looks like he's been commuting the same route since before Prometheus stole fire. Later, Roman interpretations turned him more skeletal and monstrous. Gaunt, grim, with hollow eyes and hollow cheeks. The prototype for our modern Grim Reaper. But the Greeks preferred their Charon weary, not wicked. He was never depicted as evil. He didn't torture. He didn't judge. He simply performed his duty with the kind of grim professionalism you might expect from a career tax auditor or an underpaid museum guard. He shows up in vase art, solemn and unsmiling, greeting Hermes as he delivers yet another batch of souls. The two rarely chat. There is, after all, work to be done. Even the gods seem to leave him alone. Hades didn't micromanage, and Hermes just dropped the souls off at the terminal like a supernatural delivery driver. Charon got them across. No fuss, no glory. Charon's boat, interestingly, was never described in much detail. The Greeks weren't terribly concerned with nautical specs. There are no poetic flourishes about carved wood or sails woven by nymphs. What mattered was the crossing, that brief, irreversible journey from the world of the living to the world of the dead. The boat was not a vehicle, it was a moment. And moments, in Greek mythology, always matter. In some tales, Charon appears beyond his usual role. During Heracles' 12th labour, the fetching of Cerberus from the underworld, the hero, very much alive, demands passage. Charon, to his credit, refuses. But Heracles, being Heracles, persuades him in the usual Greek heroic fashion, with fists. The ferryman is roughed up, the hero crosses, and as punishment, Charon is imprisoned for a year. You can imagine his union rep had a field day. Another famous visitor is Orpheus, who charms Charon not with strength, but with song. His music, so heartbreakingly beautiful, softens even the ferryman's crusty heart, and he allows Orpheus to pass in search of Eurydice. It's a rare moment of leniency, or possibly just a welcome break from centuries of silence. Then there's Aeneas, the Roman hero, who approaches Charon in Virgil's Aeneid. When the ferryman sees him, alive, with a sword and shield, he scoffs. No living man crosses here, he says, in so many Latin words. But when Aeneas produces the golden bow, a sort of divine hall pass, Charon mutters, grumbles, and waves him aboard. He doesn't like it, but rules are rules. These stories reveal something crucial. Charon is not cruel. He's lawful. He obeys the order of things. He respects the boundaries between life and death. And when those boundaries are broken, even by heroes, even by fate, he does not rejoice. He winces. Because really, it's just more work for him. In Greek tragedy and philosophy, Charon looms large. He is not a personification of death, that would be Thanatos, but rather its administrator. He doesn't come for you. He waits, always waiting, a shadow by the shore. He became so iconic that his name and his crossing entered common expression. The fare to Charon was a phrase for death itself. Poets described their characters as boarding the boat or handing over the obol. The metaphor was so entrenched that even centuries later, in Christian and Islamic lore, echoes of the ferryman persist. There's even archaeological evidence of his importance. Excavations across the Greek world, from Attica to Sicily, have uncovered graves with coins purposefully placed in mouths. Inscriptions on Orphic tablets speak directly to Charon. Tell him I am a child of earth and starry heaven. Let me pass. Even in death, it seems, there was protocol. And in a way, Charon's presence raises deep questions. If you must pay to enter the next world, what does that say about justice? About economy? About legacy? The Greeks weren't sure. But they knew one thing. Death had structure. You didn't just vanish. You queued, you waited, and when your time came, you climbed aboard. There's also something slightly comedic about him. Here is a man, assuming we can call him that, who has had the same job for all eternity, who meets millions of souls and says nothing, who rows in silence, always forward, never back, who never once takes a wrong turn, who has probably, at some point, cursed every philosopher, hero and singer who tried to sneak in under special terms. Some versions of the myth even hint that Charon once had a temple of his own, a minor shrine in a forgotten village, or perhaps just a quiet offering placed on a dock. A crust of bread, a coin, a whisper. Not because people loved him, but because they respected him. Because they hoped one day when they met him, he might not be in one of his moods. And yet, for all his gruffness, he's essential. Charon is the transition, the moment of crossing, the boundary made visible. The Greeks didn't picture death as a fall or a door, but a journey. And every journey needs a boatman. So if you ever find yourself on a misty riverbank, staring into dark waters, and you see a hunched figure waiting with a pole, be respectful, be ready, and for heaven's sake, have exact change, because no matter how brave you are, no matter how wise, how famous, how prepared, no one rides for free. Now that we've crossed into the underworld, met its rulers, judges, rivers, and ferrymen, it's time to turn our gaze deeper still. In the next chapter, we meet the heroes who defied death, who descended into this realm while still breathing, and sometimes made it back again. They are not many, but their stories still echo in the dark. For most mortals, death was a one-way journey. You lived, you died, you paid your coin to Charon, and you moved on with varying degrees of dignity depending on how you'd behaved above ground. But there were a few notable exceptions. Mortals who stepped across the boundary without waiting for death to claim them, who descended into the underworld alive and, more miraculously, came back. Not ghosts, not souls, but breathing bodies in a place that didn't welcome breath. These are the katabasis stories, from the Greek word katabasis, meaning descent. In myth, they're always dramatic. In reality, well, if one believes in such things, likely traumatic. Yet they offer something rare in Greek thought: a bridge between worlds, a glimpse into the realm of the dead, filtered through the eyes of the living. Let's begin with one of the most famous. Orpheus, son of the muse Calliope, and by all accounts the finest musician in the ancient world. Orpheus didn't wield a sword, he didn't slay monsters, he played the lyre, and when he did, even stones wept. His music could calm storms, charm animals, and as it turns out, briefly rearrange the rules of life and death. When his wife Eurydice died, a serpent bite as always in myth, Orpheus was inconsolable But rather than curse the gods or tear his robes, he did something far more unsettling. He walked into the underworld. No army, no trickery. Just a man and a liar, stepping past the gates of Hades as if he had an appointment. And incredibly, the underworld listened. Cerberus laid down his many heads. The Furies, normally immune to sentiment, stopped gnashing their teeth. Even Hades and Persephone, notoriously unmoved by mortal pleas, found themselves blinking back a tear or two. Orpheus asked for one thing: Eurydice returned to life. He didn't beg. He sang. The rulers agreed, with one condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. If he turned, even for a moment, she would be lost. And so he walked, step by step, through the blackness. Her footsteps behind him, faint, but there. He reached the surface, saw the sunlight rise, and turned, just before she crossed. One glance, and she was gone, this time forever. The myth, of course, is tragic, but it speaks to a deeper idea, that death is not only final, but perilously delicate. Even love, even art, can't defy it fully. And Orpheus, for all his gifts, forgot that the rules below are not like those above. Now, if Orpheus's journey is poetic, Heracles is muscular. His catabasis was one of his 12 labours, to descend into Hades and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound, alive and uninjured. Why? Well, because King Eurystheus, who issued the labours, was running out of ideas. And perhaps because even a petty king enjoys seeing a demigod squirm. Heracles prepared carefully. He was nothing if not methodical in his violence. He sought the help of Hermes and Athena, was purified in Eleusis, and then marched boldly down into the realm of the dead. No lyre, no tears. Just brute force and a lion-skin cloak. He asked Hades politely for Cerberus. Hades, perhaps bemused, agreed, on the condition that Heracles subdue the beast without weapons. Heracles, never one to shy away from a challenge involving wrestling something with too many heads, tackled Cerberus with his bare hands, wrestled him into submission, and dragged him snarling back to the surface. It was not an act of love. It was not tragic. But it was the sort of heroism the Greeks admired. Raw, unapologetic, and practical. Heracles didn't conquer death, but he manhandled its guardian, and that was close enough. Then there's Theseus, who, along with his slightly less intelligent friend, Pirithous, also tried to enter the underworld. Their goal? Kidnap Persephone, the queen of the dead, and make her Pirithous' bride. Now this was not a plan born of brilliance. Hades, upon meeting the two heroes, smiled, which, given the context, should have been a warning. He invited them to sit. They did, and immediately found themselves fused to their seats, physically stuck, bound by magic, perhaps even fate. They remained that way, eternally immobilized on the so-called chair of forgetfulness, until Heracles, during his own catabasis, found them and managed to free Theseus. Pirithous, however, was left behind. The gods were not keen on rescuing someone whose great ambition was to seduce the wife of death. The tale is instructive. Don't mess with the queen of the underworld, and never go adventuring with a friend who has ideas above his mythological station. One of the most haunting catabasis stories, though, is found in Homer's Odyssey. In Book 11, Odysseus is told to seek prophecy from the dead, specifically from the blind seer Tiresias. To do so, he sails to the edge of the world and performs a ritual, digging a trench, pouring libations of honey, milk, wine, and blood, and calling forth the spirits of the dead. And they come, in droves. Not just Tiresias, but warriors, queens, mothers, lost shipmates. Even Achilles, who declares mournfully that he would rather be a poor man alive than a king among the dead. It's a chilling thought. The hero of heroes, reduced to longing for the smallest pleasures of life. Odysseus doesn't walk into the underworld. He stands at its edge, but what he sees leaves him shaken. The dead do not sleep peacefully. They hunger. They crowd. They long for remembrance. The journey is not a triumph. It's a reckoning. These Catabasis tales serve several purposes. They are, first and foremost, dramatic. The living walking among the dead has a certain flair, but they also reinforce core ideas of Greek thought, that the underworld is not a place for the living, that its laws are absolute, and that those who defy them rarely emerge unscathed. And yet, the very fact that these stories exist, that mortals did descend and return, suggests something hopeful. A crack in the stone. A thread of possibility. Death is final, yes, but not always impenetrable. Later traditions would expand on this. In Roman myth, Aeneas doesn't just visit the dead. He meets his father, receives wisdom, and sees the souls of future Romans waiting to be born. For Virgil, the underworld is not only memory, but prophecy. In the Orphic Mysteries, the soul descends not once, but many times, through lifetimes, seeking purification. Their catabasis is not a single heroic feat, but a spiritual map. The soul falls, forgets, remembers, and returns until it finds release. Their heroes are not warriors, but initiates. These stories influenced everything that came after. Dante's Inferno, with its guided tour through hell, is one long catabasis. Christ's descent into the underworld in Christian tradition echoes the same structure. Even modern literature borrows the trope. The hero who must descend into darkness, face death, and come back changed. In all these tales, the descent is not punishment, it's transformation. And perhaps that's what the Greeks understood best, that to face death, to look into it, walk beside it, and still return, is the greatest knowledge of all. The hero doesn't conquer death. He survives it. He sees its rules. And he learns how to live differently. So whether one carries a lyre, a club, or a coin, the lesson is the same. Those who walk into the underworld must leave something behind, and never return quite the same. In the next chapter, we'll travel deeper than any hero ever dared, to Tartarus, the prison beneath even Hades. A place not for mortals, but for monsters, titans, and those who offended the gods in ways that simply couldn't be ignored. Bring a torch and a sense of proportion. Beneath the underworld, beneath the rivers, beneath the meadows of Asphodel and the fields of Elysium, lies something darker, older, less a place, more a consequence. A pit not carved into the earth, but into the bones of myth itself. Welcome to Tartarus, the prison of the damned and the divine, the abyss at the edge of everything. In the beginning, there was chaos, and out of chaos came Gaia, Earth, and from Gaia, both Uranus, the sky, and Tartarus, the pit. The ancient poets were quite clear on this. Tartarus was not just a location. It was a primordial being, a presence, a kind of cosmic depth. If Gaia was the ground beneath your feet, Tartarus was the endless drop beneath that ground, the no further of the universe. Later, the word Tartarus became shorthand for the lowest region of Hades. But originally, it was far worse. In Hesiod's Theogony, it's said that an anvil falling from heaven would take 9 days to reach Earth, and another 9 to fall from Earth to Tartarus. That's how far down we're talking. Not a hole, but a boundary. A containment zone for what even the gods couldn't allow to roam free. Tartarus was used to imprison the Titans, those colossal, elemental beings who ruled before the Olympians. During the Titanomachy, the great war between the gods and their predecessors, Zeus and his siblings fought from Mount Olympus, while the Titans hurled mountains from Ophrys. When the dust finally settled, the Olympians won, with some help from the Hecatoncheires, 100-handed giants useful in a scrap. And the Titans, locked in Tartarus. They weren't just dropped in like stones down a well. They were bound in chains of adamant, an indestructible divine metal, and sealed away. Cronus, once king of the cosmos, now languished in silence. Some versions say he sleeps still, others that he contemplates revenge, but none suggest escape, because Tartarus isn't a prison you can leave, it's a punishment you become. Yet the Titans weren't the only residents. Enter Sisyphus, the most clever man who ever lived, and perhaps the most irritating. King of Corinth, Sisyphus had a habit of angering the gods. He chained up Thanatos, the personification of death, to prevent people from dying. For a while this worked surprisingly well, until Ares intervened, furious that no one was dying in battle anymore. When Sisyphus was finally caught, he convinced his wife not to bury him, then complained to Persephone that he hadn't received proper rites, and thus couldn't be dead yet. She let him return to the living world to sort it out, whereupon he promptly refused to come back. Twice he escaped death, but third time's the charm. He was sentenced to Tartarus, where he now pushes a boulder up a hill for eternity, only for it to roll down just before reaching the top. Every time. Hope followed by failure. An endless loop of almosts. And then there's Tantalus, who thought it wise to test the gods' omniscience by serving them a stew made from his son. The gods, fortunately, noticed the suspicious flavour. Tantalus was punished by being placed in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached to drink or eat, the water would recede and the fruit lift away. Hunger without satisfaction. Desire without reward. From him we get the word tantalize, a reminder that language remembers cruelty. There's Ixion too, mortal king, murderer, and general menace, who tried to seduce Hera. Zeus, testing him, created a cloud in Hera's shape. Ixion, ever charming, fell for it. From that union came the race of centaurs. Zeus, unimpressed, bound Ixion to a flaming wheel that spins for eternity. The Greeks, you see, had a particular genius for fitting punishment to crime. And then we have the Danaïdes, the 50 daughters of Danaus, many of whom murdered their husbands on their wedding night. Their punishment? To fill a leaky vessel with water, endlessly, like Sisyphus, like Tantalus, condemned not by pain, but by futility. Tartarus isn't fire and brimstone. It's failure on repeat. The Greeks didn't invent this type of punishment. Mesopotamian and Egyptian myths have their own versions, but the Greeks made it elegant, personal, morally ironic. If you lied, you were denied truth. If you cheated, you were tricked. If you tried to surpass the gods, you were crushed by your own ambition. And speaking of ambition, one of the most fascinating inhabitants of Tartarus is a monster who never actually lived among men. Typhon. Born of Gaia and Tartarus, Typhon was a storm of a creature. He had 100 dragon heads, each spitting fire, and wings that stretched across the heavens. He challenged Zeus directly and nearly won. For a time, the gods fled in fear. According to the Homeric hymn to Dionysus, they transformed into animals and hid in Egypt, a delightful bit of mythological crossover. But eventually, Zeus rallied, struck Typhon with a thunderbolt, and buried him under Mount Etna. Some say his fiery breath still fuels the volcano. Typhon wasn't placed in Tartarus just to contain him, but to ensure he could never rise again. Tartarus, in this sense, isn't a place. It's a lid. The Greek view of punishment wasn't purely about cruelty. It was about restoring balance. Cosmic crime demanded cosmic consequence, not in the name of revenge, but in the name of order. The universe had a rhythm, and those who disrupted it were flung to the margins, to Tartarus. Yet strangely, Tartarus wasn't just a place for punishment. In some esoteric traditions, particularly among the Orphics and Pythagoreans, Tartarus was also a place of purification, a fiery crucible for the soul, burning away its misdeeds, preparing it for eventual rebirth. Reincarnation, after all, was a deeply held belief in some Greek circles. To these thinkers, Tartarus was more than hell. It was transformation. Even Plato, in his dialogue Gorgias, offers a vision of the afterlife where souls are sent to Tartarus for temporary penance. Not everyone stays forever. Some return chastened, enlightened. That idea of punishment as cleansing marks a shift from myth to philosophy. But let's not romanticize it too much. For the poets, Tartarus remained the dark basement of the world, a place where screams echo endlessly and the air tastes of iron, a place not just beyond life, but beyond meaning. And if you think no one ever dared visit it, well, think again. Heracles, as mentioned, descended to fetch Cerberus. But some say he glimpsed Tartarus too, peered into its chasm, heard the weeping. He said nothing about what he saw. He just came back stronger. Orpheus, during his descent, heard a sound from a distance. Not music, not speech. A kind of grinding. Perhaps the wheel of Ixion. Perhaps something older. In later Roman poetry, Lucan describes Tartarus in horrifying detail, full of ghosts, gorgons, and the ashes of hope. It became the model for later Christian hell. But the Greek version always retained something cooler, more clinical. You weren't burned. You were bored. You weren't screaming. You were straining. It's also worth noting that Tartarus wasn't for mortals. Not most of them. You had to do something truly memorable. Kill kin, defy the gods, meddle with fate. Everyday cowardice or greed didn't get you sent there. No, that earned you the Asphodel Meadows, which, depending on your tolerance for grey landscapes, might have been just as bad. In this way, Tartarus stood apart. It was a warning, a boundary, and a narrative tool. And it's still with us, really. The word Tartarus has persisted into modern language. It shows up in video games, novels, theology, and even cooking, though Tartare sauce is mercifully unrelated. It's our cultural shorthand for the worst that can happen. Not pain, not even fear, but eternal consequence. Because for the Greeks, that was the true horror. Not death itself, but what came after. Not punishment, but being remembered only for your crime. To live on in myth, not as a hero, but as an example, a warning. So next time you hear of someone getting away with it, remember, in Greek thought, no one truly does. Not in the long run. Not in the mythic rhythm of the cosmos. Justice may be slow, but it's thorough. In our next chapter, we climb out of the abyss and walk into the light. Not the world of mortals, but Elysium, the paradise of heroes, philosophers, and poets. But don't relax just yet. Even paradise has conditions. And sometimes the reward is more complicated than the punishment. If Tartarus is the grim basement of the cosmos, all chains, futility, and divine disappointment, then Elysium is its golden attic, a place of gentle winds, endless spring, and soft music played on harps that never go out of tune. But don't get too comfortable. This is Greek mythology after all, and even paradise comes with paperwork. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was the reward for the exceptionally good, the notably heroic, and occasionally the just plain well-connected. While most souls drifted through the grey anonymity of the Asphodel Meadows, and the very worst were dropped screaming into Tartarus, a lucky few awoke in Elysium to find themselves not suffering, which, by Greek standards, was astonishing. But let's not confuse this with heaven. Elysium wasn't granted by mercy or faith. It was earned through courage, through virtue, through proximity to the gods. You didn't get in by confessing. You got in by mattering. The earliest mentions of Elysium appear in Homer. In the Odyssey, the hero Menelaus is told that he will not die, but will be sent to the ends of the earth, to Elysium, where life is easy, the air is always sweet, and the sea breeze sings. No snow, no storms, just peace. One imagines Menelaus, who spent 10 years fighting at Troy, and another decade wandering, rather appreciated the offer. In Homer's version, Elysium is not underground. It's far away, at the ends of the earth, near the river Oceanus. It's not a place of the dead so much as a reward for very specific mortals. Early Elysium, in other words, is not democratic. It's elite. But over time, the myth evolved. By the time of Pindar, in the 5th century BCE, Elysium becomes less a physical location and more a spiritual destination. Souls judged to be righteous were sent there. Not just heroes, but poets, philosophers, even athletes. Those who had lived not just boldly, but well. Later still, under Orphic and Pythagorean influence, the concept of reincarnation took hold. And here, Elysium became part of a cycle. If a soul lived virtuously, it might go to Elysium. If it lived that way 3 times in a row, 3 virtuous lives, it could escape the wheel of rebirth altogether, and be granted eternal bliss in the Isles of the Blessed. Think of it as the VIP lounge of paradise, the reward for mastering mortality. What did one do in Elysium? The myths are vague, which is quite on brand for paradise. It's always a bit underdefined. Some sources suggest you could spend eternity enjoying athletic contests, music, feasts, and philosophical conversation. An endless symposium, but without the hangover. Others describe Elysium as a place of calm, where the soul is no longer restless, no longer yearning, simply content. One later tradition paints it like a permanent springtime countryside. No extremes, no chaos, just balance. As if the very climate were a reward. There is no farming in Elysium, but the fruit grows on trees. There is no fire, but the warmth is constant. No need for temples or sacrifices. Here, the gods are at peace too, or perhaps simply absent, having already rendered their judgment. It wasn't gaudy. There were no gold streets, no gem-studded gates. Instead, Elysium was imagined as a field, green, open, bathed in sunlight, with a river running through it. Trees in bloom, birds singing, nothing sharp or bitter. Even the shadows were soft. You could walk forever and never grow tired. You could rest forever and never grow bored. But crucially, Elysium wasn't for everyone. Most souls didn't qualify. The Asphodel Meadows, with its fog and forgetfulness, remained the default. Elysium had standards. The judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, were the gatekeepers, and they were not known for leniency. Even the gods rarely interfered with the process. Zeus didn't hand out Elysium passes to favourites. Hades didn't make exceptions. The system, once in motion, was remarkably impartial. Unless, of course, you were favoured by the gods during life. In which case, as in all things Greek, the rules occasionally bent. Among the most famous Elysian residents was Achilles, though he didn't exactly enjoy it, according to Homer. When Odysseus meets him in the underworld, Achilles says he would rather be a poor farmer alive than a king among the dead. A bitter sentiment, but one that reflects an earlier view, that no afterlife, no matter how pleasant, could compare to the vibrancy of life. But not all agreed. Later poets, Virgil especially, reimagined Elysium as a genuine reward. In the Aeneid, Aeneas visits the Elysian fields and finds not sorrow, but joy. He meets his father, Anchises, among the blessed. He sees warriors, musicians, statesmen, all at peace. And he learns about the cycle of souls, how they drink from the river Lethe to forget their former lives before being reborn. Here, Elysium becomes not just reward, but a station on a cosmic journey. In some interpretations, the Lethe runs along the edge of Elysium, a kind of threshold. Drink from it and you forget. Stay unthirsty and you remember. The Orphics, always keen on avoiding rebirth, instructed their initiates to avoid Lethe and seek Mnemosyne, the river of memory. That way the soul could remain awake, aware, and continue toward final liberation. Philosophers loved Elysium. Plato hinted at it in his dialogues, especially when discussing the immortality of the soul. For the wise, the just, and the brave, death was not an end, but a return, a homecoming. Socrates, facing execution, spoke of death as a liberation. Not a plunge into darkness, but a step into the light. One imagines he hoped for Elysium, though he was far too humble to say it aloud. There's even evidence that Elysium inspired actual behaviour. Inscriptions from Orphic burials include phrases like, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone." These souls believed, or hoped, that they had earned their place in Elysium. They were not begging. They were reciting credentials. This view of paradise, not as charity but as achievement, is distinctively Greek. It reflects a culture that valued action, virtue, and memory. The gods, for all their thunderbolts and transformations, didn't dominate the afterlife. Mortals did. Their choices mattered. Their stories endured. And those stories made Elysium something more than myth. It became a mirror, a goal, a whisper in the ear of those still alive, urging them to live well, because rest, if earned, was real. Interestingly, Elysium wasn't always described as eternal. For some, it was a holding place, a stopover between lives. In certain traditions, even those in Elysium could choose to return to the mortal world if they so wished. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas sees the souls of great Romans to be waiting patiently in Elysium before being reborn into history. The afterlife, it turns out, had recruitment posters. Some souls chose to return, some did not. The idea that paradise includes the option of leaving it is one of the more philosophically haunting aspects of Greek thought. Fulfillment might exist, but so does choice. Even joy cannot always bind a restless spirit. And let us not forget the Isles of the Blessed, sometimes considered an extension of Elysium, other times a separate realm entirely. Reserved for those who lived 3 righteous lives, the Isles were said to be even more beautiful, even more serene. There, it was always spring. The breeze was perfumed. The stars shone closer. If Elysium was a dream, the Isles were the dreamer's final piece. Poets, too, imagined Elysium as a place of legacy, where bards might sit beside their muses, where wisdom flowed like wine, where the noise of war and politics faded into memory. It was not about doing any more. It was about being complete. It's a curious thing that the ancients, so often focused on glory and power, placed the greatest peace not in triumph, but in letting go. That after a life of striving, the prize was a green field and silence. Perhaps they understood what we often forget, that the highest reward is not to be remembered by others, but to no longer need to be. And so, Elysium waits, not with open arms, but with soft grass, warm sun, and the gentle hush of everything finished. In our next chapter, we descend once more, but not into punishment or paradise. Instead, we meet the beings who keep the underworld running. Creatures, spirits, and divine enforcers who inhabit the space between myth and metaphor. Cerberus, the Furies, the Shadows. Those who are not judged, but who judge. Those who do not rest and make sure others do. By now, we've met the kings and queens of the underworld. We've strolled through its fields, peered into its prisons, and crossed its rivers. But there's another class of inhabitant that we've yet to meet. The enforcers. The watchful eyes. The teeth behind the judgment. These are the creatures and spirits who dwell in the shadows, not to be judged, but to make sure judgment is upheld. They do not rest. They are not reborn. They are the staff. Let us begin with the most iconic of them all, Cerberus, the 3-headed hound who guards the gates of Hades. Sometimes called the Hound of Hell, though that's a later Christian phrase, Cerberus is not evil. He's simply thorough. He stands at the threshold of the underworld, not to keep people out, but to keep the dead in. It's an important distinction. The Greeks didn't worry much about demons dragging people to the afterlife. They worried about the dead wandering out again. Cerberus ensured the finality of death. If you passed him, you stayed past. Descriptions of Cerberus vary. In some myths, he has 3 heads, each snarling and independent, perhaps representing past, present and future. In others he has 50, or 100. He may also have a mane of snakes, a serpent for a tail, and eyes that see both night and soul. Despite all this terror, Cerberus is remarkably ineffective against certain musical genres. Orpheus, on his descent, famously lulled the hound to sleep with his lyre. In other stories, Heracles subdues him with brute strength, dragging him into the sunlight as part of his 12th labour. A thankless task for Cerberus, who simply wants to do his job without being serenaded, strangled or kidnapped. Still, he is loyal, fearsome, tireless. And like most underworld entities, he doesn't hate. He simply functions. There is something almost tragic about him. The dog who never leaves his post, never runs, never plays, always watching, always waiting, but Cerberus is not alone. Wander deeper into the gloom, and you'll hear another sound, not growling but hissing, whispering. This is the realm of the Erinyes, the Furies, Three of them typically: Alecto, unceasing; Megaera, grudging; and Tisiphone, avenger of murder. They are older than the Olympians, born, some say, from the blood of Uranus when he was castrated by Cronus. Others say they sprang from Night herself. Either way, they are vengeance incarnate. Unlike Cerberus, who stays in Hades, the Furies move freely. They travel to the surface when necessary, to punish those who commit heinous crimes: murder of kin, betrayal of blood, oaths broken beyond repair. They are not malicious, they are meticulous. The Furies are not the punishment, they are the pursuit. They chase, they drive their quarry mad, not through torture, through guilt. In Aeschylus's Oresteia, the Furies pursue Orestes, who has killed his mother to avenge his father. The morality is complex, the gods are conflicted. But the Furies do not debate. They howl, they torment. They claw at the mind until justice is acknowledged, or a new justice is invented to contain them. Eventually, Athena calms them, offers them a new role, as Eumenides, the kindly ones. A diplomatic rebranding, if ever there was one. The idea was to give them a shrine, honour, a role within the city's justice system. But one suspects they never quite stopped being Furies. Just quieter now, waiting. And then there are the Shades. The majority of souls in the underworld are not heroes or villains. They are the anonymous dead, the forgotten, the ordinary. These are the Shades, pale, insubstantial, without memory or form. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus must feed them blood in order for them to speak. Without it, they drift, murmuring, mindless. In early Greek thought, the shade, or psyche, is what remains of a person, not the full self, just the outline, like a dream of someone you once knew. They do not suffer, but neither do they thrive. They do not speak unless spoken to. They are not cruel, but they may be confused. Shades populate the asphodel meadows in vast numbers. Billions of them, one imagines, flickering like candlelight in mist. A field of memoryless souls, each one having lived, loved, died, and now indistinct. It is one of the more haunting visions of the afterlife. Not torment, not reward, just erosion. And yet, even the shades must be watched, managed. And here we meet another class of beings, the daimons of the underworld. These are not demons in the Christian sense, but lesser spirits. Some guide souls, some guard rivers, some drift between roles, shadows in service to Hades. Among them are the carers, the spirits of violent death, war, plague, accidents. They do not kill. They arrive when death is inevitable, like buzzards, but with a sense of timing. Hesiod calls them daughters of night, sisters of doom. In battle, they drift above, waiting for blood to spill. They are drawn to it, not to cause it, to witness it. There are also spirits called lampades, torch-bearing nymphs who accompany Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and crossroads. They guide souls in ritual. They flicker in the dark corners of the world, especially at the edge of night, or when the moon is thin. Unlike the Furies or Cerberus, they are not feared, but they are never far. And we must not forget Charon, our ferryman from chapter 5, who continues to row back and forth, patient, silent. He is not a creature in the bestial sense, but he is part of this cast, an underworld staff member, a cog in the machine, reliable, underpaid, immortal. The Greeks imagined the underworld as fully staffed, fully organised. There were guards, messengers, guides, enforcers, even border patrol. But there was no king's guard in shining armour, no choir of angels, no gloating demons. The underworld was dignified, grave. It policed itself with ritual, memory, and myth. Now, step back for a moment. Ask, what do these beings represent? Cerberus is not just a guard dog. He's the line between life and death, crossable in only one direction, and even then, not easily. The Furies are not just angry goddesses. They are the embodiment of consequence, especially the kind we try to forget. The guilt that doesn't go away, the memory that festers, the voice that whispers, "You know what you did?" The shades are not merely souls. They are the inevitability of being forgotten, a reflection of the Greek fear not of death, but of oblivion. To die is natural, but to be unremembered, that is tragic. And the daemonic figures, the carers, the lampades, they remind us that not all of death is planned. Not all is fair. Some deaths come screaming, unexpected. Some slip through cracks. The underworld acknowledges them all, tracks them all, processes them all. Even the gods fear some of these beings. When Hera, Queen of the Heavens, seeks revenge, she doesn't always throw lightning. She whispers to the Furies. She stirs up the spirits. She moves the pieces that cannot be moved by Olympian decree. Hades and Persephone, too, rely on this retinue. They do not rule through fear. They rule through structure. And structure must be upheld, not by laws, but by those who live in the cracks between laws. The underworld creatures do not judge, they enforce. One must also mention Hecate, a complex figure, often shown holding twin torches. Though not confined to the underworld, she is closely associated with it. She walks between worlds. Goddess of magic, crossroads, and ghosts. She was invoked in household rituals and major rites alike. She presides over entrances, not just literal doors, but thresholds of transformation. She is there when a soul crosses from life to death, and perhaps when one tries to return. In some versions, Hecate is honoured as a companion of Persephone, or even her guide. She is not one of the dead, but she moves among them, and they obey her. It is fascinating how many of these figures are female. The Furies, the Kyries, the Lampades, Hecate herself. The ancient Greeks saw in death a feminine power, not soft, not maternal, but relentless, precise, watching. And that may be the most striking thing about these creatures of the underworld. They are not evil. They are inevitable. They do not break the rules. They are the rules. They are the jaws of justice, the teeth behind myth, the reminder that death, like life, has a bureaucracy, and it must be obeyed. And yet, in all of this, there is something comforting. The underworld is not chaos. It is order. It is staffed. It is monitored. One does not fall into it and vanish. One is received, processed, watched. That may not be cheery, but it is dignified. Perhaps that's why the Greeks feared the underworld, but did not hate it. They respected it. It was not wild. It was civilized, in a way that only eternity can be. Next, we reach our final descent, not into a place, but into an idea. What did the underworld mean to the ancient Greeks? What did death teach them about life? In our final chapter, we'll explore how philosophers, poets, and common people alike imagined what came after, and why it mattered so deeply to those still breathing. If you followed us this far, past the rivers and gates, past judgment, through the field and the fire, past guardians, singers, heroes, and kings, you might be tempted to ask the ultimate question. What exactly was the point? What did the ancient Greeks believe about death? Not just its mechanisms, not just its geography, but its meaning. Why build an entire mythology, layer by layer, soul by soul, creature by creature, unless it taught you something about life? The underworld, for all its gloom, was not just a cosmic warehouse of souls. It was a mirror, a moral map, a story the Greeks told themselves and each other about how to live well and how to die well. In this final chapter, we look not just at Hades and Persephone, or Tartarus and Elysium, but at the Greeks themselves, and how the dead shaped the living. To begin with, we must recognize that the Greeks feared death deeply, but not in the way one might assume. They didn't fear fire or demons or eternal torture. Those are later anxieties. What they feared, more than pain, was erasure. To die was natural. To be forgotten? That was unbearable. This is why so many Greek heroes are obsessed with glory, kleos. Achilles doesn't fight at Troy for wealth or safety. He fights for memory, to be sung of, to be known. For the Greeks, fame was a form of afterlife. Not in heaven, but in story. The only immortality a mortal could truly earn. This fear of being forgotten shaped everything, from funeral rites to epic poetry. Yet the dead had to be buried, mourned, named. Their tombs marked, their deeds recorded. A nameless grave was a kind of second death, and the underworld was filled with those who had not been remembered, shades who had lost not only their lives, but their identities. The idea of psyche, the soul, evolved over time. In Homer, the soul is something like breath. When you die, it leaves. It has no power, no self. In later thought, particularly under Orphic and philosophical influence, the soul becomes more a moral essence. A passenger, perhaps, travelling from body to body. Capable of growth. Even salvation? This led to the idea that death wasn't the end of a person, but the next step in a process. A transformation. For the Pythagoreans, the soul was divine. Trapped in the body like a prisoner in a cell. Death released it. If you lived wisely, the soul ascended, or escaped the cycle of rebirth altogether. The Orphics went further. They offered detailed instructions for the soul's journey. Small gold tablets, found in graves from southern Italy to Crete, bear cryptic inscriptions. One reads, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone." You yourselves know this. I have drunk from the cold spring of memory. These were not prayers, they were passwords. The soul, upon death, recited them to prove its identity, its purity, its belonging. In these traditions, the underworld became less a final resting place and more a kind of checkpoint, a border crossing. Souls were weighed, tested, moved, perhaps judged, certainly observed. But while mystery cults and philosophers developed these ideas, most Greeks remained grounded. They mourned their dead with ritual and reverence, not for fear of punishment, but for fear of absence. To leave the dead unburied was to disrupt the order of things, to anger the gods, but also more tenderly to break the bond between generations. Funeral practices were precise. The body washed, anointed, wrapped. Mourners keened and sang. Coins were placed, for Charon, of course. Libations poured, names spoken, offerings left. A procession led the dead to their tombs, where they were laid with items from life, cups, mirrors, armour, toys. Not because they would use them, but because they spoke of who the dead had been. And the living returned to the tombs. Anniversaries, festivals, shared meals among the stones. The dead were not shut away, they were hosted. This closeness to death shaped Greek architecture, poetry, even politics. Pericles, in his famous funeral oration, didn't praise the dead simply for dying bravely. He praised them for giving Athens its memory, its identity. In remembering the fallen, Athens remembered itself. And so, the underworld was not a terrifying unknown. It was a structured unknown. And that made all the difference. In a world where life could be short, unpredictable, and brutal, it helped know that death had rules. Those rules were not always fair. Heroes died young. Villains prospered. But the Greeks believed that death eventually revealed the truth. In Hades there were no lies, no disguises, only memory, only record. Plato plays with this idea in his myth of A soldier dies, visits the afterlife, and returns to tell what he saw. Souls choose new lives, some foolishly, some wisely. Odysseus chooses the life of a quiet man. Orpheus avoids music. Ajax, still bitter, picks a life where no one will notice him. And the cycle continues. Plato's message is clear. How you live shapes how you die. And how you die shapes how you live again. But even this philosophical system retains something deeply human. It doesn't deny grief. It doesn't banish sorrow. It just gives it form. Greek funerary art often shows quiet scenes. A woman looking into a mirror, a man bidding farewell to his dog, a mother and child. These aren't moments of victory. They're moments of intimacy, of loss, of love. And that in the end is what the underworld reflects. Not just justice, but emotion. Not just fate, but feeling. Hades, the god, is not a monster. He is a bureaucrat, a warden, a silent witness to all things finished. Persephone is not simply a victim, or even a queen. She is a cycle, a symbol of return, of memory. She brings life to the dead, and death to the living. She is what the Greeks saw in the world itself, that everything dies, but everything changes. And change is not always loss. Even the punishments in the underworld, Sisyphus, Tantalus, Ixion, are not horror stories. They are metaphors, warnings. What happens when we refuse to accept limits? When we defy the gods, yes, but also when we defy meaning. The Greeks didn't believe in sin exactly, but they believed in harmony. And when that harmony was broken, the consequences echoed. Elysium too is a metaphor. A promise that peace exists, not because the world is fair, but because we can be. That the soul, shaped by choice, might one day find its field, its river, its rest. And in the middle, asphodel, the meadow of most souls, neither reward nor punishment, just being, the place of the majority, and perhaps the truest vision of death. Not dramatic, not divine, but quiet. A return to the soil. A whisper of what was. Today, we inherit these myths without always realizing it. When we speak of crossing rivers, we echo the Acheron. When we speak of ghosts who linger, we recall unburied shades. When we fear being forgotten, or hope to be remembered, we walk in Greek footsteps. Even modern literature borrows this blueprint. Dante's Inferno, Tolkien's Paths of the Dead, Disney's Hercules. All of them owe a debt to the meticulous world the Greeks imagined under our feet. But the greatest lesson of all is this: the Greeks did not create the underworld out of fear. They created it out of need. They needed a story big enough to hold sorrow. A map big enough to fit all their ancestors. A place where their heroes could rest, their enemies could pay, and their questions could echo forever. They did not always agree on the details. Some believed in rebirth, some in rest, some in nothingness. But all believed that death meant something, that how you lived would ripple into the dark. That memory mattered. And so the underworld was not a horror. It was a human thing, wound around grief, honour, consequence and hope. You did not need to understand it fully. You only needed to walk forward. One step. One coin. One name spoken over your grave. And perhaps that's the final gift of Greek mythology. Not answers, but architecture. A shape for the shadows. A way of looking into the unknown and saying, yes, there's something there, and it means something. And now, dear listener, our journey too has reached its shore. The ferry waits, the wind stills, the light fades. But the story remembers, as all stories do.